Hey guys, in today's video we are going to create this bedroom and we are gonna do it from scratch. We're not gonna model the chair and the bed. We're gonna bring that from another website, and we're gonna bring also some textures in. So let's get started. I'm going to start by adding my references into PureRef. I use this handy software just to have my references in here, and I decided to do this master bedroom. It looks really nice, it's quite simple, and we can just do a little bit of the landscape as well and get some shots. So this is from Jacobsen Arquitectura. It's a Brazilian architect firm that is really nice. I love their style, and I decided to, just for this exercise and training, just do this really nice bedroom. So if I click here and just drag this to here, it's gonna bring my reference just in there. And also I want to get the floor plan. One of the reasons I picked this one is that I can play with this floor plan here. So as you can see, it's just a rectangle. So I'm just gonna probably in this case copy the image and then paste it here. And I don't have any more reference for that bedroom, so this is just gonna be my main reference for that. So if this is not on top, always on top like it is here, you can go right click and then set the the mode here to always on top. So if I go back, select here and then mode, always on top, or just press Ctrl+Shift+A. Also, I'm going to download this, just the floor plan. I don't need this reference, don't need to download that for the minute. And I'm going to open Blender. So I set my scene on Blender just with a plane in here, and my units are centimeters because it's the same unit as per Unreal. So I like to work with the same unit that I work in Unreal. So I've got my plane here. Probably you will have a cube or a directional light and one camera. You can leave it there if you want, but I just recommend delete it and working with this just with a plane. Just gonna go into top view, and now it is my Y and my Z, and I'm going to bring this floor plan that I just downloaded. So go in here, press Shift+A, and then bring an image as a reference. I think I downloaded here the bedroom exercise, and then it's this one here. If I go to wireframe mode, pressing Z, I've got here my floor plan. But as you can see, this plane is 200 centimeters, so it's 2 meters. I'm going to rescale that. Let me place this in here. This is my guide for the scale of this drawing, and I think I'm gonna need to increase the size of this a lot. So let me try 20, the scale. Gonna select my plane again, and then gonna bring it all the way to here. I think I make it too much, so I'm just gonna undo that, all of that, even the scale, and then I think 18 should be a value that I can use. So yeah, it's roughly there, so I can use that value. So I'm gonna press escape just to cancel that movement, and then I'm going to reposition my reference probably center there. Or in fact, maybe we can make this to be our front view. I can just rotate on Z axis. I did a value, put a value of 90 degrees and then bring it right there. And I also want to change the opacity of this plane. So I'm going to go into data, click opacity, and then reduce that to probably 0.1 should be fine. I can still see the walls and all the layout, but at least it's way better on the opacity for me to work on top of it. Just gonna center that a tiny bit, and then I can bring this to 0 and work from here. So I'm gonna press tab to get into sort of a modeling mode or edit mode. It's gonna drag all the way here and all the way there for my floor. We're gonna focus just on this area. This is the area for wardrobes, and this is the ensuite or master bedroom, bathroom, but not gonna do that for these exercises, just to make it a little bit quicker and not too long. So I got my plane there. I can do is bring it down to 20 centimeters, or let's duplicate this and work also on the wall. So I'm gonna press Shift D, and then I'm gonna put it up a tiny bit like that. Select this one, and I can extrude this on the negative. So extrude on the negative Z axis. If I go to solid, everything seems okay, but because I did it on the negative, with negative value, my face orientation is not gonna be good. So it needs to be blue, and if it's red, it's going to be inverted. So if you go here, then click this face orientation. So I can just pick this and then ask Blender to, oops, not this. Go into edit mode, select everything, and then press Shift N to recalculate the normals. So it's just swap my normals there. So that is going to be my floor. I'm gonna snap this to this point here. So I need to go here and snap in, press vertex, and click this magnet there. Just gonna bring it down and go into top view, pressing Z. Or you can press here as well. So if I go to wireframe, then tap, just to get into edit mode, I'm just gonna go and slice this. So Control R, and then just place one there. Let's see if this makes sense. About 64 centimeters. Probably, yeah, it's quite thick, that wall there and there. So maybe I even need to increase this to that size. So let's do that. I'm just gonna snap to this point and then bring it down 64. You can also make a slide with this selected, a loop cut, and then with G you can move it down some point like that. Oh, but this is still selected, so I'm going to go into select box again. Then gonna bring to this point here and then minus 64. Just so we follow this same principle there. Just gonna bring my, gonna select my floor and bring these 2 points to meet that of my wall. I'm gonna pick again my plane. Actually, we can start naming this. We can call this floor, and this is gonna be walls. With this 2 selected, I can even press M and create a new collection called structure. So I'm gonna select my walls here, gonna do another slide, move it to that point. Maybe it doesn't matter too much that side. And then for this wall here, let's see, 25.5 sounds about right. So now I'm gonna work on them, but first I want to just delete this face because I'm not gonna need it. Not now. And I'm going to pick these 2, or I can just pick these 2. Then press Y to just separate them. Pick one of them and then separate this from that mesh. I'm gonna do the same for this one and this one. It is a better practice if you have your walls separate from the floor, from the ceiling, and each of them individually. It's gonna, well, it's gonna give you some a better result with Lumen when it calculates the lighting. So with this 2, I mean, I'm just selecting one of those walls, this one. I can take advantage of that, of these 2 points there, that line, and then move it on the X just to do the door there. And this one to that point there. I can do the same for this. Just move this one right there. Right here. Let's see. So there is the TV going in there. I'm gonna need another one in here and another slide in here. I can even make sure that this is the same size. So just snap to that and then 192 looks about right. Same here, I'm just gonna snap to this point and then minus 192 because it's going in the opposite direction. Right, we got some walls there. We need to extrude them. But first, I'm just seeing that this, it goes all the way to the ceiling. So we don't have a connection between this wall and this wall, just the ceiling. So I can delete this here. But I'm seeing that I might have messed this up. So if this happened to you, I mean, I'm seeing a face there. Just for save, I'm gonna select all of them, then press M and then distance. And those faces there disappear. I think maybe I move it without noticing. To make sure that they are all linear or equal, I can press S and then on Z and then give a value of 0. And that should be all good. Let me check all my other walls just in case I did something that wasn't supposed to be. So let's all of that. Now this seems all right. Just in case, just press M and distance. And yeah, all is working fine. So I can select these 2 faces Let me go into top view again, then delete them and delete that one as well. Now that I'm just here, I can even get rid, hide the floor for the minute. So I can select all my walls. Then I think this might be 250 in height, so I'm can select all of them. Good thing is like you can work with different meshes all at the same time and then bring them up. But in here, probably these are connected because of the door. And I'm going to show you if that happens. If you need to create a slide here, I can just do that. Bring it down, put it up like 220 or 210, more or less is the size of the door. Then another one here, and then I can just bridge this two. Or if I undo that, and I undo that, when I delete this. So hide again the floor, then press E to extrude, and then I think we say 250. And then I can, with this one selected, I can just do a cut. I'm gonna snap it to the floor and then pull it up GZ to 210. Now I can just bridge these two faces. And we have our opening for the door. And I forgot to do this in here, so I didn't bring any slides, sorry. No. So this wall here, I can just do, I can even do 2 and then just move it that point and to that point. Probably is the same size as this window, so we can take advantage of that. 193 minus 190, and then center a little bit with my drawings. And now I can just get rid of this, press X, faces, and then with these two selected, press F to add a face there. So there is different ways of you doing a wall. For this case, it's quite simple. It's just with a plane. But if you want to, for example, use a cube, just make sure that it's up to the 0 point. So I just need to bring it up 1 meter or 100 centimeters. Then I can bring it here, then to X, Y, then go into edit mode, maybe snap it here, and then we can start bringing this to this point and E, and work with this in this way as well. And then we can separate them later on. So this up and this. So this is another way you can construct your walls. And then we can separate them as we need. Okay, let's continue with this. I've got all of this done. Everything is in blue, which is nice. And we can start working on the door frame. Let's do the door frame first, and then we can do the windows. And then we can do, I think the ceiling we can leave it for the last. So with this one selected, I'm just gonna hide everything else. And so isolate this, pressing Shift H. gonna focus on this, and I'm gonna grab just one of these faces. I'm gonna press Shift D to duplicate that, and press Z to go on the Z axis. I want to separate this. I don't want it to be together with that. So on this, I'm gonna bring it up all the way. But again, I just did that on purpose. This is on the minus, so you can do it either leave it like that or do it 210 and then bring it up. So it's up to you. Just so always be mindful of this orientation here. If you can work like this on just with the face orientation on, it's cool. But if you prefer the gray, just check before you export things into Unreal, just to avoid going backwards and forwards. So with this selector, I'm gonna just select these two faces here. I'm gonna press I for inset, and I'm gonna give a thickness of 5. Then I can just go and press Alt E and extrude along normals, and then bring it. If you go up, it goes out, and if you go down, it goes in. So I'm gonna just give a value of -2. Now I can just do another inset and do value of probably 1. Then another Alt E, faces along normal, and -0.5, or no, -1. -1, that is. So it goes -1 there, and then inset another time 0.5 or another 1 centimeter. So we have sort of like it's pretty much like a window, but this is just going to be our frame for the door. I'm going to bridge these two. Let's bridge these faces, and all these faces here, I'm just going to delete them. Not going to delete them. So I need to fill these faces, but first I'm going to go into vertex mode and then select all of them in wireframe, because if I did it this way, some of them wouldn't be selected. So I go into wireframe, select all, press S, Z, and then type 0. So just going to level everything up for us. If I go to front view, you see everything is level. Now I can apply that F to fill the face, and I'm gonna bring it down to that point. I'm gonna grab another of these faces here, just gonna separate them and press escape, just without clicking on anywhere. I'm gonna press escape and then bring it down. I'm gonna select all, and I'm gonna limit by normal. I know there is no seam, but just in case. And I'm gonna resize this. I can do it by pressing Y, and I can just check if this is an acceptable size. So 4 centimeters, probably we want 5. Control L to select again, and then bring it here. If this was to be open, I probably will just, if it was to be interactive, this would be on the 0 position, just the door, not the frame. So I can manipulate that But for this case, we are not going to show that, just that's going to stay for another video. But I can just separate them to make my life easier. So I'm going to pick the frame and I'm going to give, first I'm going to increase the size of it just to go beyond the wall. So I go on top. By the way, if you press Alt and then press the center, the scroll wheel button, you can always change view like that in the direction you need. Okay, now I'm gonna bring this down maybe 3 centimeters and this direction 3 centimeters. I'm gonna bring my door to fit there. So one thing I do is give bevels to this, but I prefer to separate this this structure here and just have this as a separate sort of pieces. So I'm gonna press Y for this because I want to keep this in this model, and I'm gonna select this and this. So I'm just selecting this vertex here and press F. And what does that do? That allows me to, when I apply a bevel modifier, it here, add modifier, generate bevel, I can have some nice bevels there. So if I 0.05, it's just a tiny bit of detail, maybe 0.03. And it looks more realistic. Okay, for our door, we don't need to do much on our door, but we need to do a handle. So let's do a handle here. I'm gonna go and add a plane. Just gonna drag it into this point. And I think we can isolate my doors and my plane. By the way, we should have changed this to door frame. This, just so you know better, you see it better. Door, and this can stay as plain. So I can hide this and this, hide that. Go into top view, and I'm just gonna bring. Actually, I'm just gonna delete this vertex here and bring this all the way there, and then offset about -4 centimeters, or maybe -5. Gonna grab that point there and bring it in, and then just offset that maybe -10, or I would say 12. Okay, I got this line here, and we can convert this into a curve. So convert curve and go into this here, the data, and I'm going to select shape of 2D, and then on geometry, just gonna give a depth of I think 0.75 is what I usually give. Yeah, we can increase the resolution of that to 12. Yeah, it looks about right. Then we can go back to top view and press right click and convert to mesh. And now it's back to a mesh again. I can move, offset this. Maybe we like this to be opening the other way, so I'm gonna place it here, go into front view and rotate. But I need to set the origin on the center there. Or I can go into edit mode, select everything and rotate on the Y axis. I'm gonna place it, I think, 1 meter off the floor. Maybe I would say 90, sounds about right. Into wireframe, move it in and place it somewhere around there. Okay, so we need some, maybe some, what's it called, like a plate for it. So I'm gonna do that. Just gonna pick this circle there. Gonna press Shift D, but I'm gonna press again Escape. So if it has been created, and then I'm gonna press S and resize it. I can press Shift Y so it doesn't resize on my Y, just in case. I think I can work with a value like that, 2.5. I can then press F to fill that. I might need to bring it, well, I can't see it here, but when I bring a extrude, I can do minus 0.5. Let's see. I need to invert that, so I'm gonna select this, Control L and then Shift N. But I think it needs a little bit more resolution because probably this is not gonna look that nice in Unreal. So to do that, I'm gonna add a subdivision modifier here, but as you can see, it's not what we need for this handle. So I'm gonna delete some faces here. I'm gonna delete these 2 faces. So for my plate, that's gonna be all right. But now for this, I need this to increase or add a bevel or add a crease. So let's do it both ways. So Control B, and then add another segment there. And I'm gonna do it this way because I can just, I mean, the other way probably is acceptable as well. Let's do it the other way. So with Shift E and then increase all the way up. So a factor of 1. And as you can see, it's fine. Let's do a shade auto smooth, probably a shade smooth, and it's better that way. So for this, I'm gonna fill this face. But first I'm gonna apply this. So if I go back into layout mode, apply this, and then I've got some extra geometry that we can get rid of it in a minute, but I'm just gonna press this to close that face. I can also do the same just to cover our bases there. With this selected, I can just do an inset of about 1.1 and then extrude it to just so it goes to this point. Maybe it's too much to that point, so I'm gonna extrude that again and goes there. We can even add more detail in here, so Control R, then Control B to do a a bevel, and then just something around 0.03, and then extrude this a tiny bit. But now I think I need to do the shade ultra smooth, but for this one I don't think I like it how it looks. So I'm just gonna select this handle and then do a shade smooth in there. I can close this as well. Not gonna do that, and then a tiny bit of a bevel there. I don't need all these edges here. It's not gonna do any favors for me, so I can delete them. And this one the same. I can do another bevel here, but let's see how this looks with the bevel if I apply a bevel with the door. So first I'm gonna add a material to this. Just gonna do metal. And for this I'm gonna use another material called wood. So I'm going to, so if you press shift and then shift again, and this, the one highlighted is the one is gonna be the parent. So I can just do Control J to join them. And then this changes again the shading, so I can do shade ultra smooth. And let's take out that. Okay, that's looking good. Now we are gonna check if our bevel will work fine. It's probably 0.05, 0.02. Yeah, value 0.0. I guess even 1 is it's gonna work for us just fine. We can even do some hinges here, but I think we are not gonna focus too much on these doors, so not gonna do the hinges at this moment. Let's just stick with the handle. I'm gonna select my handle, and we can do the UV mapping of this, or adding the seams. And actually I'm gonna move this bit here to this point. So it goes, it just, I don't like to be all the way there, so I just move it down a tiny bit. Okay, I'm gonna select my handles, just the handle. I'm gonna select a face here, and I need another face here. So these two faces, I'm gonna select then press 2 for the edge select, and then right click, mark seam, and we are done with those seams. So we can select one of those. If you press Alt, it's gonna do like a ring of that selection. So let's always do it on the side we don't see it. If we had one here, you will notice the seam, and is not gonna look good. So just gonna press this and then mark the seam. I can select everything else. Gonna select this and then Shift H to hide all the rest and just work with this. And then these two faces, again go to 2, so they are just a line selected, and then mark seam. And we need one that it goes all the way to that point. So for example, if I press A and then do UV Unwrap, just gonna unwrap that. I always select the conformal, and I always work with a margin of 0.05. 0.008 0.008 is a value that works fine. So if I go to UV editing here, I'm gonna press N, and I've got these two add-ons. I used UV Toolkit and I used Textile Density. So these ones you can download here for free from Ivan Vostrikov. You can always, give, of course, any donation. This is the asset creation toolset that I'm gonna speak about it in a moment. Then it has the textile density, and this is the UV toolkit. It says 2.8, but it should work with 4.0. Well, it's still working on mine, so I think that is fine. So with this selected, I'm on my UV toolkit, and I go to this here, Unwrap. I'm gonna straighten that up. But first I need to see how it looks in here. So I've got this checker map, and then I can select this to see a 2048 texture, how it's gonna look. And this is gonna be nice because if we have like a brush steel, it's gonna go all the way around that. Okay, so this one is fine, this one looks fine. Then I can remove the checker map. When I press tab, everything else is gonna come in, but if I go back, I need to press Alt H to bring all my other geometry. For this one, I can do another unwrap and do again like this tracing. See how this behaves. Not that great, so we might need to add another seam in here. So let's do a ring of that, and it's selected all of that. And then we can just Control L, press unwrap again, and now it looks much better. Okay, that is done. We got the difficult part. For this one, you got two options. You can just press U and then cube projection, then pack everything in here with tools, pack. I always like to work horizontally. It's just the way I work, but you can leave it vertically. It's up to you. You can always change the orientation in Unreal of your texture. That's what I meant. And you can have it like that. Or if you prefer to do the UV unwrap, we can always select this, probably this and this side there, this side there, and this another side. So if I select my door, I press U, unwrap. So as you can see, this one is connected. I think I missed one. Did I miss one in here? Let's see. It's, don't know what. Everything is connected there, but let me see where that. Okay. So maybe I need to. No, it's fine. I think it's just snap that. But our UV is looking alright, so I'm happy with that. Maybe this one here is not one that I want to get in that direction. So if I just press unwrap and then do it horizontally, the same for this, horizontally. But now, as you can see, I messed up with all the size of my sort of textile density. of my texture. So if I have a texture of a wood in here, is gonna be bigger than in here, and that is not great. So with all of it selected, I'm gonna select all of it. I can even pack them. I'm gonna select this menu here. I'm not gonna rotate any of that. I was happy with the orientation. 0.078. And then if I go, I can go in here, or I can just bring a menu here, pressing N. If I go to textile density, you might have this to 512 the first time you install. I always work on 2048. And then my textile density is going to be 10 by 24. So with this, I ensure that my texture is going to be all the same size. And we do that, like I said before, because we want to use the same texture to project the same way in all over our geometry. So I can bring all of this. Don't worry if this goes outside of my 101 UV zone. Don't worry about that. If you need a light map, you can always create one here. And with that selected, you can always pack that. And that's your light map. And this is your UV map. Gonna move this here. Now you can see it's separated. I don't know why. I think it snapped without noticing. Okay, with that done, we can just remove all, and we got our doors done. Now let's do that for our frame. We can just do the UV mapping. Let's select all of that. Make sure everything is selected in wireframe. Then press U, cube projection, just to make it quickly. And let's see if this works out for us. Gonna pack that in, rotate, so it rotates in one direction for me, and then goes this way. But you can see here, that's another thing that we need to consider. If this were a white frame, we don't need to worry too much about how it looks. But if this was like a wooden one, I might want to have this and this like with seams, and then just do the insides. Let me just isolate that just so you can see it better. So I can just have these faces here, these faces here, this, and this. Press 2 and then mark a seam, and then let's see how that looks for us. Did I unwrap? Yeah. So I'm gonna rotate that. So this continues, this wood here, it's gonna continue the same vein and all to this point, up to this point. In here, everything is fine. It goes to that direction. That is important why we need to use a checker map, just so we know what is the direction of our texture. So I'm gonna just do textile density there, and I'm done with that. I can even add the wood here. Just gonna select some value like that. So when I do material preview, is showing the wood. Right, that is done. I can go back into layout, and let's see if we do some windows first, and then I can just do the UV mapping for the walls and the windows, and then start mapping out my severals here, my units, this unit as well. And we're gonna bring a bed, and these accessories also we can model it from here. So it's not gonna be a quick one, but it's just a nice exercise to practice and do some of this stuff, just to improve and speed up the process. Okay, with this I can do my window here, and actually I can even, as you can see here, there's another material this size. So once I have my window done, I can just create two materials for this. So I'm gonna pick this face up. I can even pick these two faces. Just Shift D without clicking anywhere, press Escape, then bridge those faces. So that is selected. Let's see if my face is, yeah, that's all good. So I'm gonna press P and separate that. So let's see what is the detail. It's quite simple, so that's really good. We can just focus on the frame and then do the glass. So I'm gonna resize this. Going top view, probably about there. So it's 0.15. Have no idea what is the size of that, so let's just check. 9.6. Yeah, it doesn't sound too bad. So I'm gonna pick these two faces, gonna inset. Well, let's see if this has an inset there. Yeah, we can do an inset. We can also do, just as a matter of exercise, when our windows are not with these corners here, with these ones here, we can always do some slice to our mesh. So I'm just gonna isolate that, and then I'm going to do a slice here, probably -3. Seems like a really thin frame, so another one. Oops, sorry. I need to select my blender here and then bring that down, put it up 3 centimeters, do the same thing here, and then on the opposite axis, -3, snap to there, and then 3. I can bridge these two faces, but it thinks, oh, this is not. Of course, this happened because I don't have a face here, so I'm gonna just fill this, and let's see if this works. No, it's not working, so probably I forgot to merge some of those faces, so some of those vertex. Now it's working fine. When things like that happen, you can, press F to fill all the faces that you select. Press all of it, and then press M to merge by distance all loose vertex in case there is any. So I can do now what I was doing. -3, 3, -3, and 3. Okay, I can just bridge this. I can add a bevel slice there, sorry. And then bevel this as well. to 0.75. Then I can just bring a little bit of detail to that window. So press Alt E, extrude individual along normal, sorry. And then I can just bring it up a tiny bit, minus 0.3. Then I can just pick one of those. If I press Alt and then press this edge there, it's gonna have a ring. Then I'm gonna just duplicate that, press Escape and then F to fill the face. And that is going to be my glass. So face orientation is not great, so I'm just gonna recalculate this. And then I'm going to have two glasses. And I know that the performance might not be the greatest one, having two glasses, but I'm gonna show you why. When we are in Unreal, I'm gonna show you why I do it, because this might happen to you as well, and you might need to do two glasses. So this one is on the red. I can rotate that. I don't think, did I duplicate that? No, I didn't. I think I just moved it. So move it back and move it to that point. So I got two of them. So with this selected, I can press Ctrl Shift N and it's going to recalculate the normals on the inside. So it's just going to flip the normals for me on the inside. Okay, now I can create my materials here. I can add this. Let me add another one for this. This one is gonna be metal, so it's gonna be assigned to everything. This one is gonna be glass. And this one, glass one, or glass exterior. I can even give it another color just to differentiate, to make it look different. I forget about that word. So on the exterior, if I go top view, this is gonna be my exterior one. So I'm gonna assign that to that, and this to that. How can I see if that's correct? Then I go to Set, Material Preview, and let's see if I just, yeah. Okay, just to bring a little bit more detail into this, I can select my glasses. So select this and this, or select just these two, hide them. Then I'm gonna go and select these two, all the faces, then press Y, and it's just separated. Same thing we did with the door. So gonna do a face there, and face there. And let's see if I did this right. I'm gonna select it, and it's all done. And now if I press add a bevel to it, bevel, let's see if this does something for us. 0.02 or 0.01, just to give it a tiny bit of bevel. Everything in the world has bevels on it. Even the sharpest knife has micro bevels, so it's always important to have them. So I'm gonna Alt H, press U, cube projection. I can pack this, rotate, but now it rotates I don't know if that's gonna work for us. So this is fine. I can pick this here and then rotate them. And all of this rotate as well. Sometimes it does a great job on rotating all the geometry, sometimes it doesn't. So just gonna pack again, and then I'm just gonna click that and apply a textile density. So why am I doing the UVs on this one already? Because we can go back into layout, bring everything else, and now I can just duplicate this and use them throughout my project. Go to wireframe, place them where they go. But actually this one, as you can see, it seems like a door. Or it goes all the way down to the floor. So we can even decrease this. Let's do that. Just try to keep as close to the real thing is gonna be. So I'm gonna pick just one and then go into front view and then pick all my vertex there. I'm just gonna bring it down to maybe that point there, minus 2.9, just so it has a difference about 0.1, even less we can do that, 0.05. For this one I can do the same, just bring it a tiny bit about there, minus 0.17. Let's see if that does it for us. It looks like it will do for us, so I'm happy with that. Now I need to unwrap again, because if I show you what happened here, well, maybe there is no much of a stretch, to be honest. Some case we need to do another unwrap, but this case we might just get away with it. Okay, now let's go back. I'm gonna delete these two because they are not working anymore. Go to top view, bring it here, and then maybe there, and then rotate. But this has an origin at that point, so I'm gonna center that to center mass. Go here and there. Let's see, probably about there. This sound looks about right. And I even think that might be some connections here to this point here. So I can even do that now. Gonna do a Control R for a cut. Another one here and another one here. Just in line with my what's it called, my glass. I can bring another one here, and I can just see that this, sorry if you can't see it like bigger. So it seems like this is another step there. So there's a connection between these two walls. So now I need to redimension that UV for my window. So, oh, I did a Control R on this, didn't I? I'm gonna bring it up about 50 centimeters. And for this, same thing. How about it's not selecting all, so gonna make sure that everything is working fine for my vertex. There you go. So why this wall is not a good thing to look at your geometry. Probably this face here has a, I need to make sure that your geometry is clean. Always try to see if you got extra faces here. It seems like I do have another extra face here, so I'm gonna delete that. And you can notice that is in here. See this sort of like a shading error there? It's because I did have another face there without noticing. So if I do a slide, a loop cut or a slide, that is gonna show you that your geometry is fine. So it's always nice to just do a quick slide to make sure that our geometry looks fine and doesn't have any duplicated faces. So now I can just bridge this too. Try to see if everything is fine. And then bridge these two. Okay, that looks about right. And now I can bring my glass here, actually they're called walls, but now I can just select all of them, press Ctrl F2, then set name, and then I'm gonna do this a new method, new. So this is going to be called Windows. And I'm gonna bring this up. Now for this one, now I know I'm gonna need to do, I can't get away with that UV. So it's a little, you might not see it there, but it's a little bit of stretch here. And I prefer to do it right rather than not liking it and having to come back from Unreal. So just gonna do that there. This two there. These two there. Now I can just do a textile density and remove all checker maps. I can delete this one because I'm gonna have this as my updated one. Just gonna drag this down, set the origin to there, and then duplicate. Don't worry if it's not, this is showing like a, is this all the way down? Let me just check this quickly. If I go up a tiny bit, it might, yeah, you can see here that it just snapped to the closest point. So if I just bring it up and then down, now it's snapped to to my wall as it should be. Okay, so what can we do now? We can do the ceiling, or now the ceiling is something we can do the last thing. We can do the UV maps on our walls, because I think that they are simple. If we were to do like a wallpaper that we need to join them, we will need to add some, make sure that this connects here. But not in this case. I can just do cube projection and then make sure that everything is as I want this to be. They seem about right, so I can just, to save time, just place it like that and then remove. Then I can add a material to it. I can just Control-Shift-A to disable always on top. So material, new, and I'm gonna call this wall. But if I press this Shift and then hold this, you see it didn't apply to that one. So I'm gonna need to do a Control-L to link or transfer data and then link materials. Okay, now that is done and we can focus on the severals. So let's do this one first. So it's all the way to this wall, or at least it looks like. Now I can bring this Control-Shift-A again to the top. Maybe resize that and just focus on the most important thing. So I only need these 3 walls. I can just hide everything else, bring a cube or a plane. Maybe a plane is better because it's already snapped to the floor. Then I can just move this to maybe there. This might look about 660 centimeters. So I'm just gonna do that, 60 centimeters. So the doors, you can open it this way, it's handless. So I'm gonna just offset this about -2 centimeters. And I can put it all the way up to my seal there. Now we can just do some cuts here. If you press, with the wheel mouse, you decrease or increase. So maybe about, what is this, 6? Maybe 7, so it's 8 doors. Now with this selected, I can even select just one door and work on them and then duplicate over again. So I'm gonna pick this one, so Shift D and then press Escape. Let's see, it seems like there is an offset, but I can do that later on. So something I like to do is to resize this and then just a tiny bit, about 0.985 or 0.99. It's gonna be fine. And then extrude that 2 centimeters. I think it was the value we did. I'm gonna just grab this and then hide everything else because I want to just grab this edge there and just gonna bring it down -2. Okay, I got my door here and I can just duplicate this. But it seems like it's not that low, so probably gonna put it up 1 and then reduce its size. So minus 0.5, just so it looks almost the same as the real thing. Okay, I'm gonna select my door here, Control L, and I'm gonna go into snapping. I'm gonna press Edge Center and then Center. And then I'm gonna duplicate and center with this point here. Another one, another one, another one. Now I can select, well, no, actually, can I select the 3 of them and then center here? Yes, I can. So they are equal there. Okay, that is looking good. I can even offset this. Pull it up like maybe 5 centimeters. Maybe it's too much. Probably, let's do undo and then do 2 centimeters. We are not gonna see much of it, but it's always nice to have that shadow there. Okay, that is done. I can do this gap for the fireplace here. So do this. Bevel about, I don't know, 5. So it's gonna be a 10. I can do a cut here. Probably there, and then select two of them, go into top view, and then press S and then X, and let's just bring it out. Yeah, it might be bigger than that, so I might just, with 2, press Alt and Alt, then S and Y. Probably that sort of size. And then we can just extrude this. Let's do -1. And I'm just gonna select one of those faces here. And then bring it up. But I'm still having this snap here, so I prefer to work with the vertex. Go here. And then I can just do an inset. And inset about 6. Then I can extrude this down. Just -0.1 or some value, a small value like that. And then again, about 2.5, extrude again down, 0.1, no, -1, and then one more time, and we are done. And extrude. For this, I can just select, add my materials. I'm just on material. The main one is gonna be wood, the rest is gonna be metal. And I can assign this to that. If I can just drag that in to metallic and see the effect. Probably has a glass there, and this, I mean, we can just add that in, but no, let's just leave it like that. Don't need to I'm not gonna show the fire in this case. In the future video, I'll do a fireplace, a proper fireplace, and bioethanol and all of that. So for this, I'm gonna call this cabinet. And now we can do the mapping of that. So I can select all of it, or it goes in that direction. So I'm gonna press G, cube projection. Just focus on it with decimal. Then I'm gonna pack everything up and see if it goes in the direction I need. Yeah, it goes well. I can just rotate this just so we don't miss anything. And then a textile density. Oh, actually, I'm missing this ones too. So yeah, I think that looks spot on. And we can just remove all the check. Materials are done for that, and now we can focus on the other side, which is this sort of headboard. Well, actually this is the headboard, and this is another headboard with the side table, so I can do that. But first I need to make sure where this sits. So I'm gonna go top view, press Alt H, and this goes to this point here probably. So I'm gonna add another plane there, bring it all the way here, probably offset this to this wall there, minus 20 centimeters. Bring these two edges here, and then pick this one, snap to that point there, and then for this, I think I'm gonna do minus 60 again. Can I do that? Let's see if this sits nice. Maybe instead of 60, I can set 50. Okay, I can just, so this runs that way, and I might need to bring a bed just for my reference. So this goes that way. In fact, I'm gonna do the back first. 50, and that sounds about 5, minus 5. Go up to probably 100 centimeters. 100, 200, yeah, maybe 100 is fine. Then I can bring another, I can duplicate this face, go into top view, bring it to this side, so probably there is another one of those here. So I'm gonna go all the way here and then go 2 meters that way. Press Ctrl L just to select that face there, and then extrude about 50 centimeters. I can just bring this down, snap, and then go 5 centimeters. Then Ctrl L and then put it up about, I don't know, 40 centimeters sounds about right. It's quite thick, so probably is within those values, and I think I need to resize this for our bed. So I'm just gonna pick these two and then maybe 1.5 scale, the scale of 1.5 on the X. I think there's not much to it. And maybe it's not as thick as the shelving. So I can just bring these to 2, so it's going to be 3 centimeters for that. I can always do the cube projection. Let's see how this looks. So if you notice, this one is going that way and this horizontally. So I need to make sure that that is the case. So I'm gonna pack. So this going horizontally, which is all right, but this one needs to go on the opposite direction. So I'm gonna rotate that. Just drag it somewhere there, and this one probably is going to need to be in that direction. So that is all done. We can just do a texel density. And that's it. Right, now we need to bring a bed. Well, I can just give you a TV model of that. We don't need to model it, or we can do like a painting as well. We need to do the ceiling, and let's do that. Let's do the ceiling. Just gonna bring this, Control D to duplicate, and just place it on top. But as you can see, if I just make this bigger, seems that there is it's like an opening there, and I need to extend my ceiling beyond that. So let's do that opening. Gonna bring this from the top view. I can get this as my guide for my ceiling, and then do snap here, snap there. And is this all the way? No, probably it's just this way here. So like that, probably about 15 centimeters sounds about right. Snap again, 15 centimeters on Y, and then snap again to this point in the wall to -15. Just for the sake of having this done, that it just goes beyond that. So I'm just gonna extend this maybe to this point here, and this. If we need to block some light, we can always add some blocking. Okay, just gonna pick this face here, this face here, and then extrude about -10 is telling me. Let's see if everything is as it should. Oh, so I got something up. I didn't do this properly. So let me just bring this down. Now I need to undo that because I screwed it up. Let's just focus on that. So I did that one there, and then okay. Is there no face here? I need to make a face there. So -15, I think I missed an edge there. Just need my ceiling. I can actually call it ceiling now before I forget. Oops. I just went into presentation mode. That. Okay. Just so I don't mess this up, I'm gonna extrude this. Just so it separates these faces. And then extrude that like we did before, -10. Now let's see. Yeah, now everything is working fine. It's just that I missed completely that edge there. Okay, and this is going all in one direction. There's even I think it's slope, it goes up. You can do that just moving this up there, but probably we need to add another slide there, and then we can just start that. And if you want to do a border like that has, you can select all of that with the face, D, then Alt E, along normals, then increase its size and or just pull it down a little bit. And we can set this to wood and this to metal. Okay, yeah, got that done there. I might even need to pull this up this side just to so it follows the same principle there. And nice. Just in case we need to do a outside shot. So to bring a bed into it, I'm gonna go into 3D Sky because sometimes there is beds that are free that are made by manufacturers. So 3D Sky, and they go into bed. And I'm gonna go here and select free. Well, this one looks quite what we need, so being lucky on that. We can even change the type of the bed. Let's see. This one looks a little bit simple. This one too. I think headboard as well is a good searching term from here, from manufacturers. So you can always pick the one that you think is gonna fit best. So this one looks alright. What about this one? I think I like this one here, the Alvo bed. Probably is not. I mean, the back cushion is bigger in here, but like this. But I think I like the pillows on this one. Let's see the. Yeah, it's good geometry there. So I can just do a free download, and it come into Corona. So on my exercise, what is this called? Bedroom exercise. Just gonna call this bed. What else do we need? We can use the chair from the Moore house and that. We can look for some floor lamps as well. Let's do that. Floor lamp. Let's do from manufacturers. And well, actually this one might look gray with my chair. So a little bit of a mid-century type of style. So this one has FBX as well. So this is floor lamp. And what else? I only got one more free model on 3D Sky, or I can go into what's it called, SketchUp Warehouse, but I think I'm gonna leave that for another video. I think we can model this. It's gonna be fine. Let's see the TV. If I can find any decent TV here. Okay, TV. No, not gonna look that. Oh, that's weird. At least it download the TV. Okay. Now I mean the TV I can get you one of the models I use, which it looks like it is a Samsung TV frame. So yeah, I'm gonna leave that for download, don't worry, and I'm gonna make this one as well, just so we focus on what is important. Also, we need to do the rug as well. Okay, this one I can hide this ceiling here. This plane is gonna be my bedside. It's not gonna cabinet, but bedside. I mean, tables. So I can just pick these two and move them into a collection called severals, which are ones that don't move. I can even hide this, my reference here, so I can create a new collection called ref, and then just hide that. Don't need it at this moment. I'm gonna bring that in here, so I need to go into my desktop, excuse me, bedroom exercise. Gonna just extract this here to bed. You don't need to see my navigation, my mess there, so I'm just gonna hide that and then extract floor lamp here. So I've got one, it's I don't have 3ds Max installed on this computer. Well, I don't have it. I only use it sporadically. I think has been a long time since I used 3ds Max. But I'm just gonna bring this object here. So go back into Blender, it's not Shift, import, and actually I should have saved this. I'm just I should have done this before. I was relying on the backups. Bedroom exercise. March. I don't need to. Okay. Top view, import. Let's import this as a wavefront OBJ. Go into bed. Then I'm selecting this one here, and let's see how it splits. And let's see what the scale it is. So it's going to take a little bit of time, and I can see that it's huge. So this is my bed in here, and I'm gonna resize this. It's probably 220 to here, so let's take 1, 2, 3 zeros. So 0.001, 0.001, 0.001. And I think I need to do this for this side. 0.001, 0.001. Okay, now I can just go back and yeah, that size, it's about right. And it fits there. So I might even need to bring this in a tiny bit. About there. Maybe this side is a little bit bigger because we have a chair there. So 183. It's gonna move this, and I need to do another cube projection on that UV editing before I forget. So pack, that is all good. This one is not, so 90 and 90 as well. Select all of that. This one probably I need to change as well, the orientation, and go textile density. We are done. Now let's focus on our bed. And I have no idea how this came. I mean, I can see that the base has one fabric and this has another fabric. So if I go here, I need to select fabrics for these items. And I'm just gonna isolate this. Let's call this a fabric. I'm gonna delete this. I don't need that fabric there. I'm gonna call it fabric. And also it has some metal there, so, or wood. I can do, let's do wood. So if I go into edit mode, select this, and then assign my width there, and that should be fine. And there's some geometry that is cleaned here, and we're gonna use Nani for this mesh. If I see the statistics here, it has like 2 million, and if you're in a rush, you can always just print that in, apply a nanite, and you're gonna be all right. If you need this to be low poly, you always can decimate this, and then or do an on subdivide to let's see how, I hope it doesn't crash. So it brought down to 294,000, and yeah, actually it doesn't look bad. Let's do a shade smooth. Hope it doesn't crush. So let's see, without, with, I think I'm pushing it too much. Come on. I think it's gonna get some, well, maybe it does give us some error. Let's do one with and without, and let's see how that looks then. I can even duplicate them when I'm finished. So let me check the UVs on this. Let's go here and then check UVs. Yeah, it seems that they've done quite nicely, so we don't need to worry too much about them, which is always nice, especially with this amount of geometry. I can do the textile density, but I'm not sure I changed the scale of this, so I need to go back and do, for this to apply a scale. It's gonna take a little bit of time as well. Okay, now I'm gonna do that textile density again. If it takes, I mean, don't worry if it's just, usually it takes a little bit of time to do all of these calculations. So for that, I'm happy. Now I can just work on this. And I think I'm going to do 2 of them, just as a matter of practice, see what is the difference. So I'm gonna press Control. Oh no, let me apply the materials first, and then we can do this after we're done with the material side. Okay, huge amount of geometry. I go into modeling, into fabric, and I'm just gonna go into let's see, select. I can't see much of it, so now it's better. Gonna have 3 fabrics. 1, 2, 3. No, 1, 2, 1, 2, and 3. So 3 fabrics. So 1 for that. A new fabric. Let's call this fabric 1. Let's give a value of like, I don't know, like yellowish, and then fabric 2, and then do like a dark one. So for fabric 1, I want to lift that. By the way, if you add fabrics like this, the first one is the one that is going to be applied to all your geometry. So it's always nice to, the ones that you see that are applied on most of the thing, just put it as a number 1. I can add this as a number 2. It's selecting all of it. It is. So I can add that, assign that. And for this one, I can select fabric number 3, in this case, fabric 2. So let's see if that did what we needed. Yeah, that did it nicely there. So I'm gonna go here and let me apply the UV editing, the UV mapping, sorry. Yeah, it looks fine. I'm happy with it, which is always good when we find properly made assets, especially if it's for free. And this was done in Marvelous Designer, so it always comes with nice UV mapping. Okay, it's gonna do that textile density. Okay, I think about 3 minutes, 4 minutes it took to process all of this. Probably I should have just changed to the decimate and the textile density, but it's all right. I mean, don't just close the blender. Just go along with it. Just grab a cup of coffee or tea and just leave it to process there. But as you can see, it's nicely done. I think on Rhizome or what you call it, Rhizome UV is going to be way faster. But at least it's workable for this. So I'm gonna remove all of that. So it's gonna take a little bit of time as well. And also I recommend you to save your project before you do the textile density. Each time you do like a textile density, just save the file before doing this, because it takes some time, and just in case it crashes. So okay, I think we are fine with our bed. Let's just center this a tiny bit. Gonna have them separated just so I can give fabric to it, or even if I want to change this bed, I could do that as well. So sometimes I do the fabric and where the pillows are, and I do it separately than my bed structure and the headboard, so I can leave it like this. Okay, now we can move this into furniture. Let's do press M and then new collection and call this furniture. And I can just hide, not at the minute, I can just hide that. Just for now. And I'm going to bring that lamp that we download. So the floor lamp here. So V-Ray, well, it doesn't make any difference, to be honest. So select it. Adjust this object. I don't want to press any of that. Then let's see what's the size of it. It's gonna take a little bit as well, and I think it's done or not. No, I think it didn't bring that in. Let's try again. I'm just gonna do all of them. Okay, there you go. Okay, floor plan, this is empty. And I think this duplicated for some reason. Let me just do Control Z. I'm just gonna bring it, just in case this was a bug or something, I just want to bring that in. I think it was this one. Yeah, well, the V-Ray one is the one that is working better. Now I can go, I know the scale is all wrong, so I'm gonna scale that. And I think there are some keyframes here, so I'm just gonna delete this keyframe. And where is my mesh? Okay, 1, 1, 1. And it has a lot of materials. Let's see if I can reduce this. Let me go into, not the alphabet, which was the lamp. I forget this one here. So just need a couple of materials, just 3 maybe, or 4. Is there any here? So I can even delete all of this. Let's do that, just because we don't need all of those materials there. So if I press this, this, and this, select these 3, I can even select this 2, and I know this is gonna be my wood. So actually I shouldn't have, I could have just add a wood and then that would be applied to all of it. So now I can add metal to this. I think we can use the same for this just to save some of that time. So this one, I think I'm not gonna like how this is gonna look. It lacks geometry there. So I'm just going to select this, press P in selection, and I'm gonna apply a subdivision modifier, surface, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's way better. And I can apply that and then join these together. And let me see also how it's done. For my wood, I think it's fine, but everything else is just messy. So I'm gonna do Control Z, go back into layout or modeling mode, and I'm gonna do the mapping here. So just pick one of those inside and then mark a seam. And you can just select this one. If I select this one, it's just not gonna work with all of that. So let me just hide everything else. If I select this as well, I can do that. And then do it that way. It's not gonna be a pretty mapping for this, but I think we can get away with it just because it's not textured, so it's gonna be fine. For this, I can just do a sphere projection if I'm not wrong. No, not that one. Well, I can just do it as a cylinder. Then Control L and you unwrap. And I can destroy that, but again, it doesn't matter much because this is gonna be an emissive and it's gonna be hidden. So maybe I did more than I should there. Gonna select that tube there. Just focus with decimal. Is this? Then create a seam there. It's just good practice to do our seams and the UV mapping. Then clear the seam and then bring everything else. This the cable as well. If in the future we need to do a sort of like a light map bake, so it's at least it's done properly. I can close that and go to this point here, and then that add another one, and then maybe close. So I brought everything else again. Now I'm gonna select just the wood. Go select wood. Oh, but it's applied to this as well, so we need to add more materials. So 1 and 2. Or even 3, actually, it sounds about right. So this is gonna be called emissive. And this is gonna apply to this. This inside, but in this case I want to select by seam. And that way I only select all in these boundaries. So I'm gonna do this, you know, like white, assign, and then this as black. Assign. Let's see how that looks. Okay, looks about right, and then I can select my wood there and then see how it's mapped. I can just rotate that and I can get away with it. Okay, I can hide that. Just press H and then select all and do an unwrap. This one doesn't look that great, so I can just go here and here and here and then straight that in. And for this one, I guess it's the cable, so I can just straight to that as well. Then bring everything else, Alt H, and then do a textile density. Again, if you want to do the, actually I'm gonna change the name of that to UVMap. Then I'm gonna duplicate that and then call this LM or for light map. Then if you want to do the light map, just pack. We can rotate there just to get more. I can even just resize this just to fill the whole space, but yeah, that you know how to do this. Okay, now this is my floor lamp. I'm just gonna call floor lamp. So I can even T6164 just as a reference. The bed is fine like that. I can go back into the layout mode and then go back again to this point here. So this is my my cable. Actually, I might just get rid of some of that. Or we can modify it in Unreal, so don't worry about that. This, I'm gonna move it into furniture. I could do lighting as well, but I'll just kind of bring it into one folder. I had a plane here, so I can work with this and do my rug. So I can just bring this down there. Or even let's make sure that this fits. So it goes all the way there. to maybe here, about there. And probably goes to this point here. So I can just Shift H to isolate that, and then gonna do quite what's called lazy rock. So it's just gonna have some bevels, and let's do on all of that. Some bevels there, about 0.4, and then segments to 8 should be fine. Let's see if 8 is fine. Yeah, I think 8 is fine. And then I can just grab this one, mark a seam there, mark another seam there, the connection. I can add another one here, and we are almost done. This one. I just need to fit this in. Okay, I can unwrap that, conformal. It's gonna be fine. Textile density, we check. Let's see if it's facing the direction we want. Maybe rotate that. Remove, add the fabric. We are done. Well, actually, we are not done because I need to place them in the 0, 0. So origin to center of the mass, and then 0, 0. Just so I can play with the gizmo on Unreal. We are almost there, and I'm going to bring my chair from the Moore house. So if I go here, FBX, it's got furniture, and also I'm gonna bring a light as well. This is gonna take a little bit of time, so let me jump this when it's done. Okay, it took less than I thought it would take. So for this, there is a lot of geometry here. I can even get rid of all of this and not need any of that chair, not needed the headboard. Coffee table, do we need a coffee table? No. Not a dining table, not this chair, not this chair, not this chair. Not this. Also, coffee. There is another one here. I can keep this one, looks quite nice. And this is my lounge chair. It should be all good with the UV mapping, but just in case, I'm gonna add a textile density. Yeah, it was fine. It just in case I need it. Okay, I can even select all of this and then not the walls. I don't need the walls, so unselect all of that. Go back into layout, top view, and then select all of this. Oh, actually there's some lighting there I didn't see. So I can get rid of this light. I don't need it. lamp. I think it's easier if I just look for here, here, and there. Move this here. Much better. Which lamp? I think I'm gonna use this lamp here. I'm gonna leave these two just so I can work with them and test them out. So bring that in. I'm just gonna push all of this into furniture. This plane is gonna be called rock. Go into furniture as well, and then we can quickly model this. So I'm gonna add a plane there, Shift H to isolate. Let's resize that to 0.1 and then that way to 0.5. Let's see what's the size of that. 20 by 10. Probably is too much, so 0.5. Yeah, 5 centimeters sounds about right, and probably this on the X to 2 times to 40. 40 by 5. And extrude that to maybe a meter and 30. 130. No, I need some reference, so I'm gonna bring my wall, a wall here. It's quite tall, so just gonna add this up. And resize that again to 0.5 maybe. Okay, I can just add a, what's called like a hanger there. Resize this 2.05. Resize it that way 0.1. Then offset to Y. Put it up. Maybe I need to resize that again a tiny bit and rotate on the X. Okay, bring it like that. And you can snap to the edge here. So if you go on Y and then press G twice, like 1, 2, it goes to snap that way, and got that done. So I'm gonna bring it a little bit up there to the X, and then now I need to add one more there. It seems like it's thicker, or maybe it's not. It gives the impression that it's a little bit thicker there, so snap to here, snap to there. And I'm gonna join this. It's gonna be wood for that. And I'm gonna just add a cylinder there. So bring a cylinder. I can even delete this vertex there. Resize it. Bring it on. Maybe resize it a little bit more. there, and with this two, I'm gonna bridge them. Bridge edge loops. Just gonna give a little bit of more geometry into it. So subdivision, generate subdivision surface, and probably I need to increase the crease of that. So Shift E 0.05. Now I'm gonna need the full one. Okay, I can apply this subdivision, offset a tiny bit, just select this face and this one as well, and bring it up. Just a little bit of quick modeling. Probably I need to bring this to this side and increase a tiny bit that way. It's not the prettiest of the of geometry, but I think it will do the trick for us. We can even, let's see if this cuts all right. Gonna snap to vertex, go up, then resize on Y to 0 just to align, and then bring this down there. Can even get rid of this edge there. Probably I could have done this as a mirror. And let's see if this works fine. So this, I'm gonna, on the 0, on Y, SY0, and these two on X. Then just gonna snap them in with my plank. And then I'm gonna bridge these two. And then probably I need to do a cut there. I need to remove this. Oh. Let's remove all those faces, then I can just do it that way. It's a little bit cleaner. And bring this there. Okay, got that done, and then I can just do a seam there. I guess I can do another seam right here and here. And let's see if that works all right. Just in case. Let's do Unwrap, editing. Let's just isolate that just so we can see it clearly. Yeah, it's fine. This one I can do the cube one, pack, and then rotate. Then I can just do my textile density. Remove all of that. That is wood. This is gonna be I can use metal for that. I'll just smooth and then join to this. So if it's changed the shade, just to shade out to smooth. And I want to add a bevel to that geometry. Now 0.5, and that would be fine. And this is called hanger, I think, or code hanger. Okay, I got that done there. This one I need to add a bevel to it. I forgot to add this to my bedside, like planks. 0.05 is a good value. Okay, I got my coat hanger, I got my all my severals. We can start now. I think that's it. I mean, we can bring some curtains so we can do the shutters, but let's just leave it as it is, and otherwise I think it's gonna take too much time, or not. Let me do this. Let me do it this right. So I can pick this one up, then bring it all the way here. Sorry, I'm just working on the UV. It might be smaller for you. Then I'm gonna select this and separate. Now I can work with only this. Now I'm gonna just do minus 0.5. And I'm gonna set the origin to the center. Gonna resize this to 1.25 on the X, the scale, and then I'm gonna resize this on Y about 0.3. So what do we need to do here? We need to do an array, so add a modifier, then generate a deform, I think. So it's gonna be on the Z, not on the X. So got here, and the factor is gonna be 1.1, I think, or let's do 1.15 and increase that to, you know, maybe about 20. Okay, I can even rotate this a tiny bit. Let me just look into a proper way here and let's see. So let's rotate this 5 degrees on the X. Then the factor I need to resize. Now it's gonna be less of that. So 0.445 sounds about right. Z solid. Now I can just apply this modifier and then I can pick one of those. Now, in fact, I'm gonna do it all the way down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And increase this to this point here. So I'm gonna do this bit here. Got that. And then I'm gonna do 1 centimeters. And I'm going to just shift the to separate them. And I'm gonna just bring this down to that point there. -13. Yeah, then I can just resize this to this point. Okay, I'm still got those selected, and I'm gonna do a Alt E and extrude along normals. Let's do 0.3. Then if you want to do a bevel on that and that, all of them, and then with those selections, just if you want to bring a little bit more of detail, so Control B, and then I'm gonna press 3 and then Alt E along normals, and with Shift you can just do it subtly there. It's close enough, it's gonna work just fine. Cube projection, you pack that in. Probably I got this here, but I don't mind to. It's not. We're not gonna do a close-up of those. So let's check the UV mapping. Everything looks fine. And I'm going to select this. I'm gonna give another color. Another material. So this was wool. I'm gonna call this wood. It's gonna be wood, and this one is gonna be metal. Okay, I can just set the origin to 0, 0, it's fine, and then just place it on the 0 axis. And let's call these shutters or blinds. I think blinds is better. Okay, I think just one thing is missing, and that is our spotlights. So let's do that really quickly. Can do another plane, or what about if we look for one on, let's say 3D sky. Let's spotlight. Let's see if we can find something. Yeah, this might work. Just simple one. This one looks nice as well. It's just, I think I've just been too lazy. Just let me bring the plane, and I do it myself. Gonna give this a value of 8 and 8. Then Control, apply a scale, and then go in here. So I know that it has a, it's rounded there, so let's do it with the cylinder, and then let's do a boolean on that. 32 should be fine for that size, so can I bring that to that point there? And this, I'm just gonna add a boolean modifier. Generate boolean difference with the solver to exact, then I'm gonna just type this plane here. Or what happened? Maybe this needs to have some. Let's do 3. No, 1. Is it because of the scale? I think maybe it's because of the scale. Plane and cylinder, what? Yeah, it wasn't. Oh, of course, I was selecting the plane. I wasn't selecting the. My bad. So this, of course. I can, before I do that, actually, I'm gonna just duplicate this and no, it's fine. It's fine how I was doing it. Then I apply this modifier and then I just gonna delete this, not needed anymore. Then I'm gonna just pull it up a little bit. And I can just bring these faces up. It's not the prettiest one, but I think it's gonna take me less time doing it here than doing it on bringing from 3D skies. So I just added another face there. I can even delete this face, don't need this. Well, not delete the face, dissolve the edges with X. And yeah, should be fine now. Can I delete this? Yeah. All good. Now I can add a seam there and then another seam here. Sorry. 2 for edges, then mark seam, and then yeah, just do this bit here and this bit here. Let's see how that looks. Oh, I forgot this side. For this, I'm gonna just fit to bound. I'm gonna explain you why when we are in Unreal, but I always said that this face here, this one, to fit to bound because, well, the spotlight is the image is fit into that space there, 1, 1. So it's gonna look seamless. This is gonna be a spotlight, then metal or even black, and then this is emissive. Gonna select this, put that, then shade ultra smooth, and I can move that into my furniture as well. I mean, if you want to place them in here, you can also do, but I just did it, and I just always just bring it on and then place them in Unreal once I've got all my materials done. Okay, now we can export this and then we can finally go into Unreal. But I did this a little bit slow because I mean, there might be some techniques there that you might find useful for your workflow. So that is the reason I just did that. So with my structure selected, I'm gonna go and press File, Export, FBX. Then on my exercise file, so it's bedroom exercise, I'm gonna call this FBX. Select this, select only the selected objects, apply transform, faces here and the smoothing, and I'm gonna call this SM structure. Something I didn't check was if everything was fine with my panels here. Seems about right, so I'm happy with that. We're done with the structure. Now my cabinets here. So I'm gonna go File, Export, FBX, Severals. And then the geometry phase. Done. And now the furniture side. Did I move that spotlight there? Yeah. Oh well, look at that. That face is not good, so I'm gonna recalculate that normal. And that is done. Something I just completely missed, and I'm gonna go back into the structure. That add-on I mentioned is called this one, Asset Creation Toolset. In here, if you go down to this, what is it called? Object name to data name. I'm gonna make sure, sorry, this is not selected. I'm selecting just this. And I can even select all of my assets, one go. So here, go to object name, other tools, object name to data name. So if I go here, walls 003, this is the name is going to appear in Unreal. So that is what I need. Otherwise, it will appear like as a plane or a wall or a cube or any other name for the geometry. So gonna export that again. Export FBX. Already everything is selected as it should. Structure, export. Do that for the severals. Make sure that, look, it didn't do it for this because it wasn't, I think, wasn't selected. So object name, cabinet, and then for this, bedside tables. And this goes into severals. Okay, the furniture probably didn't do that as well, so I'm gonna do it select. Now if I go here, my bed, I'm just taking a little bit of time doing that. If I go here, elbow base and the bedding, I'm still not 100% if I want this to be decimated. So yeah, let's leave it like that just to see how it looks. We can always come back here. So all of them has the data properly, and I'm gonna go FBX. And then export. This is gonna take a little bit of time, so in the meantime, I'm going just to create, let me just get rid of this for the minute. I'm gonna launch my Unreal Engine and then bring this stuff in. Remember we created that template. So on the architecture, this is my Unreal template. I'm gonna click ray tracing. If you don't have ray tracing, don't need to, I mean the graphics card, don't need to click this, but I always like to work with ray tracing. And this is gonna call bedroom exercise. And then I'm gonna create that. Just gonna check that all of this has materials in it. Just in case. Oh, look at that. We didn't do it for this bedside table. We are fine if for this case, because it's only one material. But if it were more materials, we will be screwed. So just as a good practice, is my severals and then export. Let me just double check. Floor didn't have one, so wood. Okay, and now I can hide that. I can hide this, and I can unhide and export again. Control S for saving, and now I'm in Unreal. So meshes, I go into create a new folder called structure. Then I got another one, severals, then another one, furniture. So for the structure one, I'm gonna import all of my assets from bedroom exercise, FBX, structure. It's gonna open this window here. So I don't want any collisions there. I don't want any to generate any line map. And in here, I'm gonna select do not search and do not create material, because we already have some materials already set. And import textures, I don't need that as well. So got all my structure done. I can even delete this, don't need this anymore. And I can bring this one here. And now I can realize that this, you see, we forgot to add a UV map to that. Or it wasn't done properly. So let's go UV editing. And I can see there, probably it's when I modify this. So cube projection is going into that direction there. For this, I can place them in the other opposite way. Then select all, then remove, and then go and export. So this is like the, I'm not gonna say the slow way, but the safe way. I could have just used a waterline texture and it will do the trick. So I'm gonna re-import that. The ceiling is what I need. And I'm gonna start bringing the other stuff, and when it's done, well, in here for the furniture, we continue this. So I'm gonna jump on that. And it's, I don't need this skeletal mesh. So probably something here is with a animation, not sure. Everything else is the same, so import all. Okay, I'm gonna jump back when it's done and we work from there. Okay, so my furniture has been imported, and now I can look into the structure, the severals, and bring that in. And import everything. Okay. Now let's pick our windows, this tree here. If I go inside, I know that this is same, the slot name is same as we had in Blender. So let's add the materials in, but first I'm just gonna set the color of this for static mesh, and then I can save all. Control Shift S, don't know why I didn't do it that way, but save all the level, and I'm going to start adding materials to this, just so I can bring my furniture in, and probably I'm gonna hide the ceiling. Something I just look is this bit here. It seems like it wasn't mapped properly, but we're gonna do the flooring with wall aligned texture, so you can have a look how it looks. Okay, so glass, and I'm gonna create two versions just to show you what I mean with having two glasses in. So got this. I know that the third one is the outside, so I'm just gonna drag that in. Let's go there, and in here is the opposite directions. So when I did the duplicate, I didn't rotate that, so I can, for this case, I can just give it to that, and this one the other way around. And for this, can I use that glass there? Okay, so where's my human there? It seems that I didn't set this into the zero. Didn't place this on zero value. Now I am there. Okay, for the glass, what I meant was, if I go here and I can increase the opacity of my glass there and have it, you know, like highly reflective one. But I don't want the same effect on the inside. And the best way to show this, I'm going to increase the exposure of this. Let's see if we can bring some more light, maybe to 5. So you can see here, it's highly reflective on the outside, but not as much on the inside. So if I place this one here, it will look like that and reflect, and be not as an internal glass. So that's the reason I do it that way. Okay, we can actually, I'm gonna move this just to place them. Now that we are doing this already, this is a snapping to that. I don't need it to be a snap to that, to the grid. So just gonna drag that in, place it about there. It should be fine there. Just bring that in. So we're gonna focus first on the interior, and then we can do the exterior laser. Or you can do it the other way around. It depends how you like to do things. So for my walls, let's see the reference, just so I know where I am. So it's sort of like off-white or even beige. So I'm gonna keep this like that, my reference there, and place it right there. So I'm gonna filter all my walls there, and then I'm just gonna give this white, and then I can even bring it to an eye picker there, and maybe do it like this, a little bit lighter. Let's leave it as it is like that, and then we can just tweak them when we got all our furniture. So for the flooring, I can look on Quixel Bridge, or I can look on another website. For example, let me see, textures. Is this ambient CG is one of my favorite ones. So let's see this wood here. For the floor, let's see this one. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. Let's see, wood and planks. Maybe this one is cleaner. Yeah, I'm gonna download this. So as PNG, I prefer to work on PNG, and you can do it either 4K or 2K. I'm just gonna do 4K, 2K, sorry for that. So I'm gonna call these textures. And I think I can find this on Quixel Bridge. Let's see if I can do that. So floor, probably if I said wood, not like that. Close, but not good enough. So should I say this as a surface? It's basketball court. Probably I'm looking a little bit like an oak. Maybe I can work with this one. 2K as if high quality. I need to sign in. I think I got this one. Yeah, on my drive, so I can use that one. So it's wooden floor. I can just add that in and probably rotate this. I open this and go into rotation angle here. I think this one is using, yeah, those values there. Okay, but it has this material there that I think I don't like. So probably I will need to set this like as a different wood. Let's do that. Let's go back into Blender and add another wood to this. I can even set it like black. Oh no, let's call it properly. So create a new one. Call this wood 1. Gonna isolate this and just gonna pull it back to face orientation, and then all of this as well, this faces here, and yeah, that's all done. I already had one there. Assign. And actually we can just rotate this now that we are here, so it's facing out. Okay, now I can export that again and then do this wood. Okay, with this selected, I can even go here and then re-import base mesh. Yes, I want to reset that. And let's see if I can give a nice value to it. So I don't need to change any of this for the minute. So what about if I use one of those, the ones that we created? Duplicate and ceiling. Let me just bring that in. And I want to match that a tiny bit with this wood there. So if I just select like that, and then more saturation, but I think I can even increase the tiling of this. So let me save that, go back into this here. Sorry about this. Okay, 2 and 2. Maybe too much, 1.5, 1.5. Increase the contrast a tiny bit. Let's see, the saturation first and then the contrast. More of that contrast, and then brightness maybe a tiny bit now. And I think I can just manipulate the roughness to some value like that. 0.1, see how that looks. Now I think 0 was spot on. Okay. Now let's bring our texture here for the wood that we just download. Import textures, and I forgot to unpack that, so I'm gonna go to here on my folder and go textures. Oh, actually it's unpack. Is it unpack or no? No, it's not. So extract to this, and now I can now bring my textures. So I'm gonna bring the color, ambient occlusion, normal, DX, roughness, and I think that's it for the minute. I don't need the displacements in this case. It's not gonna make much of a difference for me. Right, I go here and look for this wood, and then I'm gonna duplicate that. So floor. Let me just print this out. Gonna select that there. Let's see. It seems I don't need to do much of the tiling, because if I'm gonna have like a landscape outdoor, so no need for that. Not this ceiling, I need this wood floor and my texture. So I'm gonna open this into the content browser, new one, and then just bring it in. Okay, I need to increase the tiling of that to maybe probably too much. 8. Probably even 2. And this is my normal, and this is my roughness here. And I can decrease the brightness a tiny bit and increase the contrast. Probably increase this size as well to 3. Let's check my... It seems it's not that reflective. Well, it's a tiny bit, so let me play with the roughness bias. Well, it's just a tiny bit. Oh, but this... Okay, now it's a great example that my roughness and ambient occlusion are 2 different textures. So probably I'll just need to go to this one, to unpack, duplicate, and then call this wood floor. So I'm just gonna bring that in there. So if I select that, I open it, and I can just bring this map here. So the tiling was 3, if I'm not wrong. I use a normal. I just copy Shift right click and Shift left click, and then I can use finally a mask for AO and for my roughness. So if I go back there, got for my roughness map and then for my AO. So is there anything changing? That is my roughness bias that we just increase a tiny bit. And then my ambient occlusion intensity. And then what we do, we can, so 1.24, so less brightness, more contrast, less saturation, maybe about there. Yeah, it looks about right just for the minute. Okay, got walls on my, oh actually this one we didn't change it, so I'm just gonna re-import that. So see the other way around. So I'm gonna bring this lumen to this and this to outside. There you go. Right, we can save all, just so we keep saving things out. We can add a metal to this, so we go into, let me just leave that into textures and this into materials. So metal, let's duplicate this and call this for Windows. Probably the brush side, I need to increase that maybe to 8. And maybe decrease this a tiny bit. Now let's look at the reference. I think it's not that reflective, so let's do this to that point there, 0.72. Now that I'm looking at my reference, see, I forgot to change this. So this should be all stone. Let me go back to it. So this, all this bit here should be a stone. Let's add another one. Let's call this stone. And do the same here. Just so it's nice. I don't think I'm gonna need to that side because not showing anything from that point of view, but there you go. I can export this again, the structure, and save. Now if I go back to this, I can just re-import this and then reset to FBX. Okay, now let's look on reach for a stone. Let's see what we can get. Probably if we do a surface filter, so call it stone. And then look for something similar to our reference. There. Ctrl+Shift+A to bring this always on top. So let me see. Can I do one of those? Maybe. Let me just log into my account and then we go from there. I hate that I need to always log into this every time I come. Yeah. Well, let me skip this part and then when I'm done, I just jump back to it. Okay, I've got this done. I can download this now. I can look for maybe other type of stones as well. Let's do that. if we want to be as close as, maybe this one should be fine. Also, I've got some plants here that I downloaded from the other project, like some palm trees, like this cat palm. We can use this for filling our exterior. So, and we can bring also some decorative here and there as well. So let's see if this actually is quite heavy. Let's do that. I'm gonna start bringing my furniture, or I can do this actually. The wood, let's see, I just bring this there. Oh, it's on the opposite direction. Let me duplicate this door. And rotate this into the 90. So I just rotate on my tiling, and then that should work fine. Yeah, and for that I can use a metal. One of those metals that we had there. I can just change things out. So it's well lit at the minute. So I think it's not that far, the exposure. Should we just modify this as well? I can add this metal black for the metal, and the wood I can use the white one. And once I change it here, it's changed on all of it. Let's see if that downloaded the... I think this is the one that I'm gonna use. Okay, for my walls here. Well, it's not gonna match, I think. So one way we can do this to match it up, we can duplicate and then bring it into here. And this, I can offset the tiling on the Y. Let's see if I can just, yeah, there you go. It's offset. So it's another option you got if you ever need to do it. Yeah, it doesn't look that far off. Maybe I took a little bit of contrast out. Let's see, this contrast here. No, it's gonna be like that. I'm just not that happy with some of the tiles there, but I think I can live with it. Or can I? See if I can increase this or decrease this. No. Gonna leave it like that. And so I'm gonna bring my bed there. Oh, the severals first. That's gonna guide me. Where am I going to put this? So It's going to 0, 0. I can add the same wood for this and for this as well. And then metal for the, so I forget, well, I think it's too much. Yeah, let's see this mirror, this thing. Now, gonna duplicate this, and then this is gonna be like the fire. And I'm gonna take the roughness out of that clear coat. Maybe offset that a tiny bit. Right, okay, now we can finally set up our bed here and set the fabric for it. Okay, let's see what fabrics there are. So for this one, I think I can use this cloth velvet. I can always duplicate this and apply there. But instead, I'm going to drop to that. Okay, it's not that far off. Probably I need to take this down a tiny bit. Normal, just need 1 up to 0.5. 0.01 fast intensity and 0.25. Needs a little bit more of contrast there. And the theme variation, just so it's at least as close as possible to that fabric there. Okay, now I can do the bedding. So for this, I forgot also, I can use this black metal. Yeah, it's gonna sit fine there. Okay, the bedding, I can just duplicate this, simple fabric, bed, add this to the main one. Probably need to increase the tiling, maybe 8. Probably saturation. Let's take that saturation down to 0, just so it's sort of wide. No, it's not gonna do much here. I just need to increase my brightness. I can use the same fabric for this, and for this one, what about this blue? No, it's awful. I can duplicate this and let's do like a cream. lighter. Maybe it's easy if I do. I think it didn't catch that. Maybe I do it manually. Increase the saturation of that. Take down. We can also play with the first color as well. Okay, maybe that's more, that less. Contrast. There's too much fuzziness there. And maybe too much brightness as well. Also, you can play with the fall off of your fabric, the inner. We can set this to 1. So I think it's too much there. Yeah, I don't know if even a gray fabric will be better there, or let's do it. Yeah, just for the minute, that will do. If you got like a texture for that, it's even better. Okay, I need to bring more stuff in, so furniture, my chair there, it's gonna sit nice with its ottoman. For this, I can just have 2 of this. Let's see which one is better. Well, you can select either of them. I think I'm gonna stick with this one. A sort of like a stool, side table there. Can bring my lamp here, and I can just to hide the cable from there. Let's bring it that way. Okay, starting to look fine. What else am I missing? Of course, my spotlights there. Just bring it down a tiny bit. So 1, 2, 3, 4, probably about 5 of them. So 1 there, 1 by this door. Again, if you prefer to have the spotlights like already placed in your, actually there's more of that already placed in your scene, that is fine as well. Just showing this way just to show how you can just drag them in and then position it manually. probably one here. And if I can bring another one, it's gonna be the same level. So about here, no, about there. Okay, with that selected, I can just go and apply like a black metal for, well, in this case, it's this side, black. And then go emissive. So a spotlight off. You see, it's just a texture there. Okay, with that done, what else do we need to bring here? We got our rug as well. So this probably goes there. I'm gonna bring this up. Let's do end. Oh, this has no collision, so probably I'm gonna just create a quick collision here, just so this snaps nicely. So if I press N, it's gonna snap to that. And I'm just gonna drop that in like that, and this ends like that. We can even create a camera that is the same position as this one. Probably it's like that. Or yeah, something like this. And create a camera here. Cine camera actor. I'm gonna select a DSLR, then I think 24 or 18 sounds about right. Maybe 24. I'm gonna pilot that, place them. Maybe it's even 22. There's nothing showing there, so it's more like this. It says Cine camera actor, and I can just snap that in. I don't think I need my reference anymore here. I can leave it there, but so for this, oh, let's do this. It's straightforward. So it's just this wood there, and I can even see that works. Yeah. For this, I think I'm gonna do a black one. So duplicate that wood. Let's call it black. Then select this. And then all the way down. Contrast to 1. And it's done. So the leather, should we do like black leather, or should we do white? Let's see how this pans out. White. Let's increase this value to 0.8 so it doesn't go too wide. And let's see. Yeah, well, after we bring our vegetation, we can decide on this. But first I'm gonna increase the tiling. Probably now 6. And the same with this. I'm gonna increase the tile to 6. this has all wood, and I can even open this and so this fabric metal, let's see what type of metal is that. Don't remember if this chair is this way. Let's add this here. I think this is a lounge. I mean, it's an iconic chair, of course. Lounge chair. Yeah, it's black. It's by Eames. Yeah, so it's sort of like black, or I can use this one. Let's duplicate this one, and then for chair base. And I can just decrease these to value like that. I even don't need to use this. Yeah, it looks way better this way. So that is done with this, and we can add the wood as well. So I'm just gonna grab this, one of those. Now I'm gonna duplicate these oak lounge chair and then add that in. Maybe increase the tint variation and then do this about 2. Yeah, it looks right. So the wood 2, I think I can use the same one for that. And the metal, I can go back into my metals and then select probably one of these. So this polish. Don't need any textures for that. I need to bring this down and probably take the roughness a tiny bit up. Okay, now I can do this side and we are done. And I just need to copy and paste the one from here. So I can just copy the metal and go to metal. So that is the base, then the wood. And we are still undecided on the fabric. So let's do this one. I'm gonna go again to wood, and I can download another wood, but just to save time, I'm gonna do this as a variation of these materials. So I'm gonna bring that there. And let's do like a reddish. Okay, saturation, contrast. Let's see, maybe too much contrast there. And I think I'm gonna decrease the roughness to give it. more reflection to that. Okay, for the inside, I can use the plastics one. I think I can use, I can even just drag this in. Now for this, I'm gonna use the metal black. For this tube, I'm probably gonna use this polished one. And now I need to use the black one. And the emissive, can I have this shade? I'm just thinking maybe this will look better in this type of wood. Maybe just keep it pretty much the same as everything else. Okay, now I've got this. I think I'm gonna change the color of that. It doesn't match that much. So I'm gonna go and pick this wood side and then call this gray. And then open that and add this wood gray. So open again. This is in my way, sorry about that. Let's see how this looks. Maybe let's contrast that. Right, we started to see something, and yeah, just this bit, and we are, and the rock, and think we are done. Might bring just some accessories here because it's quite empty, and if we're gonna have some sort of, I mean, some movement on our camera, then I think we need to have some, at least a painting there or something like that. All right, for this metals, then I can use this one here, probably that one. Was it this one? No, it was the bronze. Oh, I selected both of them, so that's the reason. Yeah, it will do the trick. Okay, now I think I'm gonna add some, yeah, like some cubes here and there. I'm just gonna untick that. If you want to add the TV, you can also add a TV to this side here, but just gonna do like a simple artwork. Oops, I just went out of that and then got it here. Maybe something like that, a big piece there. And this one a tiny bit like that. Okay, what we can put in there, but first I'm just gonna finish this fabric off. Let's see how this looks. Probably not. Now I'll just see if I can find a nice fabric here. There is a new collection of fabrics. This, well, it's not that new, but it's from 2000. Oh, there is no. Oh, that's weird. So no fabrics. Okay, well, we don't have fabrics for that, so just gonna look for something in my here on ambient CG. So materials, go to fabrics. Now there's no fabrics here as well. Let's see on substance. Was it source or substance 3D assets? And fabric. So look for free assets. You might need to log in to get access to that. Let's see this. Can I manipulate this? Maybe not much. Yeah, I can use this one. It's quite nice. I'm gonna download as a SBSAR. I'm gonna save that there, and I'm gonna open Substance Player. So open it up. That is called bedroom exercise, and then textures, then this cotton tricon. I'm gonna select this to 2048. That is our fabric there. Then export bitmaps. So the diffuse, let's see if I got a, no, I don't need TGA. Okay, let's see options. Don't need the height, don't need the metallic, the glossiness, the specular. I think base color, normal, roughness, and ambient occlusion, that should be enough. And I'm gonna save that into my bedroom exercises, textures, select folder. Okay, let's see how that comes in. Just gonna go into textures, fabrics, and then import these fabrics. Right, now go back into content browser 2. I can just duplicate this, or maybe I'm gonna use a velvet and call this rock. Just because it has some dirt there already, might come handy. So this cutter tricone, add the normal here. Don't need any opacity mask. Don't need any roughness actually, but it's the ambient occlusion one. And I don't need this to be like that. I think it's rotated in some way. See how this looks like that. Okay, the rotation, I don't need this to be rotated that way. I need probably 45 degrees. Yeah. And I don't need this theta intensity. Actually, I'm gonna need this to be 135 because it's 90. Or less. So 90 plus 15, 105. Let's reduce the tiling to 4. And 90. It should have been 135. I don't know the effect that it gives. And the normal, I'm just gonna reduce that to 1. Probably I need this to be a little bit more saturated, a little bit more brightness, a little bit more of contrast now, and then a tiny bit there. Just gonna drag that down and see how this affects. Now, I think I'm okay with it. Just play until you get something similar to that there. Right, I got all of this. We can start playing with the terrain actually. Let's add a landscape. Landscape here. I need to be just 7 by 7, and I think that's still too much. Location 0. That should be, now probably I want this to be minus 10. And then create. Okay, I can just go in here, sculpt, and I don't need this brush to be that big. Let's see how this at 500, around 500. Let's see how this pans out. Maybe the strength is too much, so I'm gonna reduce that. We don't need too much here, so I think I'm gonna leave it like that. And let's look for a material for our ground. I'm just gonna look for on bridge. So ground, maybe forest. Or let me see if I have some materials already. So Nordic forest, yeah, that should do. So if I go here, Megascan, surface, and then this mossy leaf, and add this to the landscape here. Probably need to decrease the tiling of it. Right. Now we can bring some vegetation in. So before I go into vegetation and working on the outdoors, I'm just gonna select my sun sky. By the way, we can also organize this a little bit better. So I'm gonna get all the structures and then move into a folder called structures. Structures, then severals. These two go into another folder. Severals, and then furniture. That's the other one we are missing. Goes into another folder called furniture. So these three folders we actually can put them into one static mesh, just so we keep things organized. We can even move this here. And this cube also can go in the static meshes, and this, they can stay as they are. Well, we can even just bring into a folder called depth. So if I go here, I'm gonna select this approaching storm. As you can see, it changed the mood already. So we can download another one. I mean, let's do that, just so you know how it works. So there are some HDRI here in this ambient CG, but also you can have some on polyheaven as well. So let's look for one in polyheaven. I think this resting place looks nice. And let's see. Oh, some nice lighting there. Yeah, let's do this. HDRI, download, put it into bedroom exercise. With this website, the only thing is we need to export this to HDRI, because on the EXR it's not gonna work properly just with this method. So I'm gonna go into textures, HDRI, and then import that. So rest in place, I can go back to this here and then duplicate this. Let's call this option 3. Then add that in. And I can look for this resting place here. Yeah, it can be alright, that one. And I can just copy and paste to all of this and then change the variation to 1 and 19 variations here to 1. And let's see if that works properly. I can also rotate here if I need. I mean, to this point there, I think it's gonna be fine. I can even offset this, just if we need to offset the texture. Let's do a sky cycle there. Yeah, probably at night it's gonna be less bright. So 0.1. Tint variation. Let's do something like that. Yeah, see, it can't see pretty much nothing on that. Let's increase the contrast. Yeah, I can't see anything. If I bring a point light, let's increase the decrease to 1, maybe 0.5, 0.1. we can play with this at the end when we do a video, just doing our sky going into night mode. So I'm just gonna bring that again to 0 sky cycle, and I set to download this. Already did, so I added to my project this Megascans trees common hazel. I'm gonna use that. It's right here, so it's my geometry that I'm gonna need. I can use the pivot painter. And if you remember, there's a PCG set here. I'm gonna duplicate this just in case. My project, and I'm gonna open that. So this is just human. I can bring a spline here and then work from here. Let's do something like that. And let's see how this works on this environment. Now actually I need to be offset because I want to add some grass in there that we're gonna do soon. Just gonna bring this there and there, and I'm gonna add that PCG in here. So you can see it's working there with some of the humans. Some of them seems offset, but let's look at that. Okay, I'm gonna just add some trees there. So this geometry here, and I'm gonna add the first one and see. It might take a while to bring all those trees, so bear with me for a second. In the meantime, I also downloaded some these grass clumps, this beech fern. No, I think I didn't download this, but this beech fern I did. Got some palms here, so all of these palms, same as we did on the other project, the Moore house. So probably I'm gonna use that tropical palm first. So is this still preparing the meshes there? So I'm gonna add this in, and woo, there's a lot of trees that we don't need. Not gonna need that much amount, so it's gonna increase the border sampling space to 500. Yeah, it's more manageable, and this should be projecting. Yeah, it's projecting fine. It's just Alt, and then bring that in like that, and I can just do another one of those. And extend all the way there. Just create like a perimeter for that, and we should be fine. Control, and then so if we want to bring more trees, okay, we can decrease that, but that is not gonna bring trees to this side, so I'm going to set the starting point to 0.1, and that is gonna bring more trees to that area. I can add another type of tree, so this one, like a small one, maybe it's this one here, see how that looks. Also, I can decrease the scale if I do uniform scale 0.4 and then 1.1. Let's see our reference, how it is. There's not much trees in here, so probably I'm just gonna bring this to here. See if I can just reduce the size of them. Yeah, that's just to fill that in a tiny bit. Don't worry if it doesn't look like pretty like already, so this just takes a little bit of time always. So on static mask 2, I'm gonna bring some of the Megascans plants and I'm gonna get, I think, a tropical one. Let's see how this works in combination. Okay, we are start seeing more vegetation there. I can duplicate this and add another one right here. And let's see if I got some more plants that I can eat, like this beach fern. I can add 2 more, just duplicate them and add them. So probably something like that. Right here, and I go here and just drag another one there. Now let's play within the density of this. So for this, let's go 50 sampling. Let's go. Okay, we'll start to see more of that there, and probably uniform scale, probably 0.8 to, let's do 2, or no, 2 is too much, 1.3. Maybe even 30, let's see if we can. Yes, starting to looks nicer. And we can do a, maybe we can even reduce the size of those. I mean, we might not need to. Oh, we might need to. Sorry, I was just thinking if it depends on the shot that we do. We might need more vegetation this side. So I can bring this alt and drag maybe another one here and then do it like that. So it brings more vegetation all the way down there. A little bit like in the middle of the jungle. Let's see, 30 brings even more of that there. And then we can add maybe some flooring to that. Let's see. Maybe this rocky forest path. Just gonna add that in. Maybe nanite. Maybe some dead leaf as well. I can add that in. Yes, this forest terrain as well, we can add it. It's just downloading stuff. What about if we bring more variation on some of this vegetation? Did I download this ginger lily? So with my, I'm gonna go back into PCG, gonna add more of this vegetation, just duplicate this, and I'm gonna go all the way down, index 4, and it was this ginger lily. See if we can bring a little bit of some changes there, like some variation. Okay. Okay, I can check what is my frame rate at the minute, just so I'm not. Yeah, it's not that great with the amount of vegetation that I already got here. Probably I could just reduce this amount, and I'm just gonna check if the trees are nanite. Just go here and let's see. Yeah, they are nanite, so they're fine. So I can just save that. And then, well, it was pretty much my camera when I had it on that was taking more of my frame rate. But I can decrease this, increase this to 50 maybe. Now 50 is not that great. 30. See if I play this. There's no collision there, so yeah, it's gonna make a nice cinematic. So on the next project we'll do more of like walkthrough, so don't worry, that's in the plan as well. Okay, now we can start working on our grass here. So we're gonna fill all of this with grass, and we are gonna use another PCG, but this time I'm gonna start that PCG from scratch. And actually I think I prefer this white leather to that. I think it looks cooler. And then we can bring some accessories as well. Remember, this is just to just get used to the tools that we have available. So it's not like a speed run. If this was like a proper project like work, probably I mean I would be like 3 to 4 times faster than I'm being here. So just bear in mind that. Don't worry, you will get faster really soon. Just get used to the tool, and and you will get there. Okay, so now we can start working on the grass that we're going to use for our this area here, like outside. And also we're going to add some of these stones there as well, just to do it similar to what is shown in these pictures. So we're going to go into PCG here, and remember we created this for our trees, but this time I'm going to create a blank one. So we're going to do a PCG graph from scratch. So we can call this PCG G for grass, for graph, and then grass. We can save all and then double click and open it. So we've got an input and output here. On our input, if I click here, I've got all these options, and we are gonna use just the landscape one. So with this one, I'm gonna get a surface sampler. And after a surface sampler, I'm gonna get a transform point. Just so we can manipulate some of the offset and the scale. So if we do like check the debug and then we drag one of those graphs here, let's see if it's showing up. Yeah, you can see our graphs there working fine. So if I, for example, I increase this to 1, but it's not, is it updating this? Yeah, there you go. So I can increase this to, seems like it doesn't do much for this, but in the point extend it does. So we can, well, there's a lot of points there. So we know that it is working fine, and we can take the time to resize this. I'm just going to move this to the other screen and resize this just so we don't need it in areas that we're not going to see. So I can just move it here. Yeah, I think that will work fine. Maybe I can even reduce this way and then move it there. So this is snapping to the landscape. And let's go back to the graph. We can do a debug here as well, just to show you what is happening. For example, if I check this absolute scale and then maybe give it a value of 0.5, you will see some variations there. So it's always nice to have those settings. And in here as well, I'm gonna add a 360 rotation just to bring some randomness to our meshes there. Okay, now what do we need to add? We need to add a static mesh spawner, and here we are going to place our grass. So I'm gonna go here and get into mesh entries. Just click the plus button to get one, then open index, and then here I'm gonna look for grass. So I can use this one first. I don't need any collision on this. And I think we can get this, I mean, we can just set to the 10,000 here and 9,000 there. Just to, so it's more performant. And yeah, I think for this one it's fine. And we start seeing grass there. all the way there. If I just untick debug, I'm gonna see my grass showing all these areas. So let's add more meshes here, just to so it has more variation. I'm gonna duplicate this one twice. So I'm gonna go down, open index 1, then find grass again, then variation 2, and then go down and variation 3, I think it's called, yeah. Okay, that is done. We can increase the density here. Let me just move this tiny bit here so you can see what I'm doing. So I'm gonna go into Surface Sampler and maybe extend this to 20. And my points are fine. Let's see if it's the looseness. Yeah, it's the looseness that are not giving me any effects. 50, you can see there is more to it. But look at that. We got some grass in our area and we don't want that. So let's do a difference to this. And we're gonna get a, so it's difference that it's called. Here we can connect this to after the transform point. Goes here and goes there. And then just remove that one, pressing Alt and click. So I need to get a get actor data. I think it's called. Yeah, I think it is one. And here I'm gonna set this to all world actors. Then I'm gonna select by tag. And I'm gonna give this a value of a name of exclude. I can select multiple of it, and I think this should do. But just let's do the test. I'm gonna see if I can see a debug on that. No matching actors found. Okay, that is because I didn't give it to any item there. So if I select my floor, I'm just selecting the floor and search for tag. This one I'm gonna use the actor one and then call this exclude. And voila, it just disappear, but some of it is overlapping there. If I go down, you will see it's not affecting this area. And I'm gonna add a cube here. I'm gonna resize this as well. I think that size is fine. Maybe on this Z. For this cube, I'm gonna do the same. Exclude. And now if I move this, you can see it is excluding that area there, which is always nice. Although it's quite tricky to play around with the bounce on that, so that different way we can do this just so it doesn't look that obvious. So on here, get actor data, I think I'm gonna add a bounce modifier, it's called. Let's see, yeah, it's bounce modifier. And I'm gonna connect this to this. And so that is fine. This one is the one I want to play with. So let's see if this is working properly. Yeah, so I can play with these values just to see how it bounces. I mean, it limits the PCG. I mean, the grass in this case. It limits the area for that. So I think I'm gonna go down to 3. Probably 2 and 2. Okay, let's leave it like that. But it's really patchy, so we need to increase our surface sampler. And let's see the transform point as well. I think I'm going to increase that to 0.8 and 1.2. So I got more geometry to play with. It's quite tall, so we can move the landscape down in a bit. It's looking better. Maybe reducing this won't affect much. Maybe point extend, and that is way further, but my computer is hanging on, but just be careful when you play with these values here. I think I'm gonna leave it at 7 and then change the bounce modifier to maybe 5. No, it's too much. 3. Let's see if we can get away with it. I think we can. Then I'm gonna select my landscape. I don't think I need to do much in here, but I'm just gonna leave it open on the other screen just so it isn't there in case we need it. So I can move this here, duplicate that, just to create like some stone path for our garden. Let's see how this looks from the inside. It's not too bad. Maybe create another one there and then move them closer. Not that close, see. Yeah, now I think because of the bounce, it's better if we just separate them a tiny bit. And this one there, we can even give it a little bit of rotation just to, so it's not look the same. Okay, I'm gonna select my landscape, and I think it's -10 we set, so let's see -20. Yeah, I think -20 is a good value for this, but we also need to bring down all these steps. Just select them and then bring it down. Maybe not that much. Just about there. Or we can even move this down a tiny bit, -30. It's all right there. just so it's not that noticeable, those patches. Something like that. Let's see if with some variation it does a better work. Yeah, I think I can live with this. I'm gonna pick one of those walls here, and then let's see how this looks with this one. Assign. Select all of them and then place it here. Maybe needs to be a little bit darker, so I'm just going to duplicate this and then call this paving stone path, and I can move it into stone. So selecting all of that again, I just assign this material, and then I make it a little bit darker. So go like that. Probably is catching too much light, so I can even play with the specularity. And yeah, maybe from base color override. Actually, I just realized that this wall has a high specularity. So no, we don't want this to be that high. 0.5 is good value. Okay, we got some stones there. I mean, you can bring like some of your stone as well, or even bring it from mega scans and put it there. It's prettier with better textures, but for this exercise we're just gonna leave it like that. So it is that easy to work with PCG. Sometimes it gets a little bit funny, because it's still work in progress, but I think I prefer, just for this type of project, to work with this PCG. What else we need to do? We need to add some accessories to this. So first thing I'm going to do is to bring some textures for our art, for our pictures here. So I got these two from this website, Unsplash. So they are like royalty free, and I'm gonna create two materials. So I go to Content Browser 2, go into walls. I'm gonna duplicate this and call this artwork maybe, and I'm gonna assign to that one there. I don't need this to be any color, not that I can think of. And I can leave the normal as it is and the roughness just for the minute. So let's see which one looks better there. But because we increase the size of this, it's going to be tiled like that. And we can, actually the tiling is here, which, yeah. Let me see if, okay, see, so as you can see here, the way the tiling work is get stretched, the whole picture, the texture gets stretched if I resize this. To avoid that, I mean, just so you don't need to do the UV map, you can use waterline texture. And in here, let's maybe 100, no, 150, 200, 250. Let's see if I can offset this. Now that's on the X, I'm on the Y, so something like and on the Z. I'm seeing some what's it called, some seams there, so it's not what I need. As you can see, the texture is not being stretched at that point. And on the Z as well, it's not a stretch. But I didn't check if this was a square, and I didn't. So this one is not a good texture, and because it's not gonna have any mid mat, so it needs to be 2 by 2, 1 by 1, like a square texture to have to take advantage of this. In this case, it's alright, but I always recommend going to like Photoshop or Affinity Photo or any software and then just resize it to 101. So I'm not gonna use waterline texture for this case, but that is the reason that it wasn't working properly. So my texture is already like a landscape. So I don't even know. So it's 5,200 by 3,400. So it's huge. And again, for this project, I'm gonna leave it like that. But in other occasion, if it's bigger, I just go back and do a resize of that. So I got that picture there. Now we can just duplicate this material, apply to that one, and then change the texture. Well, not that one, sorry. This material, and this one here, artwork 1. And again, I can just, so because it's 101, I can play with this, but I can also offset if I need that. So the same thing, it's just like a landscape picture, the size of it. So I'm gonna save all of that. I think we got some nice picture there. There's some stretching here. So even for this one, if I do the waterline texture, let's see how it looks. Yeah, it has less of that. It doesn't stretch as much. But it stretches in that direction. So yeah, not gonna work with this one. Just gonna go back into this, and I don't think it's gonna make much of a difference. I can even just resize this a tiny bit, so it is not as noticeable if we have a shot like that. well, that is gonna bother me, so probably I should use the waterline texture size, and then so 100, 350, now 100, 200, and an offset maybe on the X. Something like that. Okay, so we got some color there. Don't know if I even prefer the other artwork to this one. This one is quite, it's not as impacting as that one. So something we can do is just to have another version of this, duplicate, and then in that case I can change the color tint. So for example, I can increase the brightness, contrast, saturation. I can just go on the opposite direction and maybe do something funny there. Maybe it's too freaky, that one. Let's see. Now probably, if I were too picky, I would pick another texture for my project, but I think I'm gonna leave it like that. So I got my reference there, just gonna move it some point like that. So what else do we need to do? We can work on the lighting and on our environment. So let me just bring this into my static mesh is already there. This one, I can set this for landscape. And it goes into static meshes. This one can go into cameras. These are all PCG, so we can bring all of these actors into one folder called landscape. It differs from the static mesh one. Oh, we need to bring some accessories. Sorry, I just forgot that. So going to bridge. Before we start working on the lighting, I can add these two. They are always nice. I can add that in. I can even add this candle. Don't need any fruit. I can look for more of accessories. Let's see what we can find. Collections, ArcViz, 3D. So these are just fruit, and so should we have some sort of plant in there just to bring it inside? Let's see how a plant looks in there. So I go into plants. Let's see, a cat. Is it cat palm? I think it's Alexandra palm. Yeah, let's see how they look in there. Maybe if I resize this a tiny bit. can even make a group of these, so right click and then group, or Control G. And this is gonna be, let me name it. Oh, I can't rename that, so it's fine. I'm just gonna leave it like that. What did I bring all of this stuff? Let me add this clay vase, and then bring this. Oh, it's minimal. Really small. So I'm gonna pick this, bring it up, maybe there and there. I think it's going into the wall a tiny bit, so yeah, probably this needs to be smaller. Or even, is there any pot that I can use? This one, it seems a little bit too big for this plant, so I'm gonna resize this. Something like that. Press N to just snap there. Then bring this down. Maybe decrease the size of that. Then I'm gonna put this as white wood. So white wood. Yeah, it's much better. Let's see if two of them looks nice. So let's rotate that. Move this a little bit there and there. Yeah, we can even put a bench there, but yeah, I think this too looks nice there. Okay, now let's bring some of that, the decorative statues. We can see where they can fit nicely. And there is no collision. I'm gonna add a quick collision to this, just so it helps with snapping. Let's see. It didn't matter much then. So something like that. If I increase the size. Maybe it's too big. Okay, what else we can add here? We can add the candle. I don't know if I brought the candle in. Let's see, local. I didn't bring that in. Well, in this occasion, the other project we did, so I can add that in as well. Like, I think I'm gonna put it in here actually. See, it's snapping to the floor, so I need to add a collision there, but I think I can get away with just resizing this. Resize it there and then just place a little bit. Maybe more onto the edge. Let me just hide my human. I don't need this. Actually, I can even delete this. I mean, the scale is all fine. This one is going to be hidden in game. If I press G, it's there, but if I'm in game mode or cinematics, it's going to be hidden. And so I can create as many as I need. Just so it serves me as reference for the exposure. Okay, what else can we find on Quixel Bridge? A wooden bench. Might even add this. And okay, let's look for props. No. So arc this 3D, and this is just planters and food. So what is essential? And this is just scratch and 3D. Oh, there you go. Can have some books if we need. This is like a floral. Wow, I can add that. So just to bring a little bit of life and show that someone actually lived here, not just a show home for people to buy a house. Yeah, I think with a book, maybe another. Just gonna add that twice. Can I even download that as well? Decorative, well, I was looking at yeah, no, I think I'm not gonna find much for as a decoration. I probably should have brought some sort of like a magazine, but we can work with just this. Let's say this is for the lady side. Down there. And did I bring the other book? No, I think I didn't. Gonna add that in, and then where was it? The statues. Hannah in 3D, and there is much here. Yeah, I can add one of those actually. Let's add this one in on Nanite because probably it's quite heavy, so I'm gonna download that. Yeah, 650 megabytes. And the holder. That is the statue. The white book in here. Just the same thing. I need to add some collisions there, but that will sit there perfectly. Maybe bring this closer to the bed and then place this out. Okay, I got a book for her, a book for him, some statues there, and we're gonna bring this statue in, and I can even add this one. I've already got it in place, so I can add that in. I'll resize it. Just to fill the space a little bit more. That's what we're doing here. Decorative handle Roman statue. Probably is huge, so let's see how this brings in. So after this accessories, we're going to work on the lighting and the post process, then add the cameras, create the sequences, render it, and go into DaVinci Resolve. So I'm just gonna skip this because it's taking a little bit longer than, oh, hold on, it's here. I can just resize this. Put it there. So let's see how this looks when we start playing. How we are outside, there is no collisions there, so actually there is a collision that we created for that. Yeah, it has good frame rate, although I'm using a 3090, the RTX, so it's a good graphics card. I think it's 4 years old already, but it's still a good one. So it's quite nice, and it's a small project, so we can push it in terms of graphics. Sitting in there and looking out there. Right. So as you can see, there are some leakings here, so we might need to bring a also like a block volume. Let's do the ambient light first. So selecting your environment, sun, sky, I'm gonna go all the way up, and I want to match the vegetation here with this one here, because it's easier to do it that way rather than the other way, going to the materials and not matching. I mean, I'm trying to do it for every mesh, so I prefer just to do it with this one. So I'm gonna increase the contrast, so you can see it's greener than it was before, and just I think 1.33 works fine. The same, sort of the same greening. Okay, just so our environment blends a little bit. I think it was 100 initially. I can set this to 1000 just so it extends this. And as I showed you before, you can always play around with this value to offset the HDRI. Let's increase the saturation to 1.1. See what it gets us. So yeah, I think our house, I mean our room can blend with the other ones. Something like a trick that you can do here is to increase your brightness, and because the skylight is capturing real time. It's capturing that backdrop lighting. So as you can see, if I increase this like 100, it's gonna be ridiculous bright. But I can just leave it like 10 or 5, just so we still have some background there. So I think it's way overexposed, so probably 3 or 2. Let's see how this looks when I apply it. I'll do the post process. That's gonna dictate a little bit, the unbiased render. I can set all of these to accessories, so I'm gonna move them all. Then I'm going to create a folder. This is gonna be called accessories. And then move them into static meshes, so it's cleaner and organized. So I'm gonna go post-process volume all the way down to get to this path tracing. I'm gonna set this to 128, I think, and then activate my denoiser. So let's see how this looks in path tracing. Okay, it's gonna clean the noise out. So I don't know if you can see the. Yeah, it's quite. We can say it can blend. And let's look at our reference here. Just gonna leave this always on top. Let's just go back here. So yeah, probably, I mean, the walls are lighter in here than here, but when I go into lit mode, it's going to be even lighter. So you can see. Let's just modify this material quickly. So walls, simple, and then maybe increase the lighting a little bit here, the brightness. Okay, I think it looks all right. Maybe decrease the exposure, so go here maybe to 5 or 5.5. Let's see what happens if we add a sun. Okay, not much. You can see here the shadows. So increase this to 10. You're gonna see it even more. Yeah, I think it's fine. Let's see if I cycle this to like a night. So if I untick this sky atmosphere, it's gonna change to like a moonlight. And there are some leaking there, as you can see. It's still there, it's just, it needs to, maybe if I go down and in again, or maybe if I just untick that. It's taking some time to process that. So when that happens, I mean, that case there, just hide, for example, one of the meshes, just so it recalculates the lumen thing. Probably some cache that, is it cache or K? I don't even know how that, some cookies in website terms that are not being processed at that time. Okay, so we can add that sun there that we were doing as environment sun sky. We can add this in and not get this. We can increase the indirect lighting to 5 maybe, get more light in, and again that happen. And let's see, it's still the thing is my sun that is causing that. But if that happens to you as well, you can also create some sort of shadow box. So I'm gonna move this in resize, and let's see how this. So it's sorted. As you can see, if I hide that, probably it's gonna come back. I see all this leaking there. So you can, I mean, if you're doing like a playthrough of that, you can always resize this a tiny bit and hide that into your mesh. I just need to be careful that it not goes all the way down. So things is fine. This one, it's on the opposite direction. I'm gonna rotate this to 90 and probably do a tiling of 3. Maybe the contrast a bit down to 0033 and save all. Sorry about that. It just crashed for some reason. Probably I was having too many apps open. So let's get back to what we were doing, which is we were working on. Well, I just changed that real quickly, and we were working on our lighting and environment. So, and here I think I can leave it as it is. It's fine. There are some, let's see if the artifacts are there. Oh, this, it didn't save some of the things I did here. So let me just bring that back into accessories. And then move that into static meshes. Static meshes there. Okay. So I didn't create, I think. Yeah, I need to create the cube again. I didn't save it when I create that cube, so just gonna do that for my shadow box and then bring it there. I think this side is fine, so just gonna drop that in and pull it up a tiny bit, and we are there. So let's see. I think it has a good, it's well lit, it has a good exposure there, but if for some reason, oh look at that, that might not look good into our render. So let's extend that. That's some of the things that you only catch when you move your camera around. So I'm gonna increase the size of that. And let's see, it's catching everything. Yeah, now it's all the grass is there. and it doesn't look that bad there, so it's not, I don't think it's gonna catch more of that unless we do like a aerial view of this, so we can leave it like that. Okay, so let's bring some spotlights to this area here. You can also, if you're struggling with lighting, you can always, I wouldn't say it's cheating, but it's a nice resource to have when you struggle with lighting, and just to give a little bit of help to the global illumination. So you can bring a red light, just put it into your windows, just bring them in like that. Press more sensor, something like this, and then you can increase the height of it and the width. This is way too much, so I'm gonna bring it down to 1, maybe 0.5. And you see all these reflections there, they are not gray, so let's bring the specular scale to 0.1 maybe, or let's say 0. Even 0, it's looking all right. I'm gonna bring this to there, maybe 0, 0.1, 0.3, 0.1. Let's see it this way. So let's see without and with, without, with. So you can see some of this sort of noise that we can see in this area, they are getting way better. So it's a nice resource to have. Also, you can, I mean, sometimes I even don't cast shadows, but in this case, it won't look good. But sometimes when you need like for a corridor, you can even add like not casting shadow and bring down to minus 0.05, and then not casting shadows, even lower. But it still is there affecting the scene. So it's just one tip that you can always use in case you need it. So don't be afraid of, I mean, cheating. And this is not cheating, it's just helping the system to bring more light into the scene. For this case, I think I'm gonna leave it natural. You can also change the temperature, for example, to 4500, and then so you can play always with the temperature. So don't be afraid of using red lights to help you lead the scene. So it's something always to keep in mind, and don't worry, I will do exercises where we will need them properly. So what else do we need to do? The spotlights. So if you go to here, lighting, I go and add a spotlight. You can add it there and there. So go into 0.5, see if this looks better. Okay, yeah, that's nice. I can even reduce. I don't need this to be that big, so probably 350 will do us All right. And yeah, that's starting to look nice. You can even point to this to your like artwork. So, like give it some sort of gallery-ish move to it. So move it, rotate that, and then we can add 2 more to this side. And do the same. Bring it to here and there. I'm gonna do the same here and then rotate on the X. So look at the difference without. It's nice as well, it's natural, and with it just looks fine as well. I can even add one here. Let's see the difference. I think point lights are not that efficient in terms of performance, so that's what I heard. Don't quote me on that, but this is what I have read in some forums and stuff like that. So it seems like I shouldn't be using point light that much. So 0.01, 0.05. And I don't like them really. I prefer to work with spotlights or red light. So if in this case, I'm gonna use a spotlight. So it's just gonna bring it there. Bring it down to 0.1. We can play with the outer cone as well. And then maybe 0.05, 0.03, maybe 4,000, 3. Oh, one of those things is my spotlights need to be movable for this case, just so they don't overlap there. We don't need this radius here. We just need this to be small like that, just to affect this area. Maybe up to the floor. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, just to bring a little bit more shadows there. We can play with the source radius as well, just to soften that up. This doesn't do much. The source length. Let's see. Not something we need for that. I'm just gonna just to soften the shadows a tiny bit. And I even put it back to 2.02. I'm using these values because my exposure is quite big at the minute, so I need to play with these values, the small values. Like that. Can even reduce this 0.01. Or you can always choose another unit. I mean, if I use lumens, no, actually it's quite similar to, so I'm gonna leave it as candelas. I'm thinking I can even add another. Now let's see how this looks at night. And this is gonna give us our reference. So sky cycle to 1. So we probably need to soften this up. So I'm gonna select from this one to this, just this in the ceiling. Probably source radius, no, like 10. And I'm gonna increase the indirect lighting intensity to 2. Maybe to 3. If we can bring more light to it. And probably I'm gonna change this to 4,000. Or 375. Just a middle term. I even feeling that we might need some spotlights here. Somewhere along these lines there and there. This one probably doesn't need to be that strong. Then we should bring just another set of those spotlights. So that's also one of the reasons well, it depends on the plan. In the plan, if there is spotlights there, of course I can map them up in Blender or SketchUp or whatever software I use. But if it's just like a free form, I always prefer to bring them in like that. Okay, that is looking good. We can also use an IES. If you go to Advanced, where is that? Light color? No, it's not lighting channel. Oh, that is weird. I just lost the IES. Oh, okay. Here we go. IES texture. If you look for on the internet, like free IES, I think I've got this one, IES library. Then you can always download some of them. You can always support this guy. So for example, if I want this one here, I can download this, bring it to that bedroom exercise. I can set this as IES Vega, I think it's called, then save, then go back here, and then in here we can, I'm just gonna bring it to textures just for the sake of it. So probably I have not probably, I always have a folder for IES, so let's do it properly. Import this folder here, and then I can just bring that to there. So let's see if I move this to the wall. Let's see if there is any difference with this one. Let's see, without and with. So yeah, it's nicer to use IES rather than the trick with the cone. So I kind of select all of them and then place this. And you can always place with this intensity here, but don't recommend doing that. Okay, so this is the night version. I can even bring this thing out just to fill that area there. It's not too dark. And maybe this. So there is no more of those dark areas. Let's see if I increase the cone. Now, let's see if with a red light, if we are better off. Sometimes we are better off using red lights instead of a spotlight. So, so I think it's 375. Let me bring this up. This has an AES as well. I don't think I'm gonna be better off with that. So I can even just play around with the barn. Don't need that to be exposed like that, and increase the width. And as you can see, I can see my red light there. I don't want that, so I'm just gonna take off that specular scale. Let's see how this looks. Not a fan, so just gonna leave it like that. It's a nice room though. Wouldn't mind to have one like this. Something I can do here just to bring a little bit more interesting. Just one of this position. But no, I don't think it's going to work for me. The only way is just increasing the cone, but I don't think I'm gonna like that effect. I'm just gonna call this this is gonna be lamp, and this one lamp as well. So the rest are spotlights. Let's see the other cone. If 80, no, it's too much. 60, and then radius is 500. Now it's not as interesting as before. Okay, let's go back into our daytime. I'm just gonna add all of this to a lighting folder. Call this lighting. And just gonna leave it there. This structure is a static mesh, so I'm not gonna need this. And this is also as well. And I can call this a shadow box. Let's see. Okay. And this is just artwork. Goes into accessories. Okay, so with this I got landscape done. You can always tweak the landscape if you prefer to bring more stuff. You can add maybe another tree in here if you want, or add like some ground. For example, I don't know if I downloaded this Rocky Forest Pass. Sometimes I just add one of those somewhere like there, and I think it's overexposed in this area. Let's bring a one of those in. Yeah, as you can see, my whites are way off. But for our interior, it's looking good. So we're gonna do just the interior, and the landscape is just for filling the scene. So if I go in here and play, as you can see, it's really nice lit in when we play around with this. So I can move and we are fine. Okay, let's set some cameras, sequences, render, and finally DaVinci. Something I just forgot to add was to bring a lamp here, a spotlight there. So I'm gonna do just that. Just gonna bring one of those here and then place it around here just so it fits nicely. Let's see. Well, let's just center that there. Let's see how that looks. It's too much, so 0.1. Maybe I'm just gonna try to fit that into my sphere. And probably I need to extend the other cone. Right there. I think it works. Now probably some 50 should be fine. So let's see, I'm gonna hide. Yeah, it's working. 0.05 and that will do. And I can even change this material there. So let's go into materials, instances, emissive, and then just type. Maybe it's too much for that. Probably 0.1, the intensity. And save. And for this, I'm gonna just change these to light on. So as you can see, it's there. I probably need to change the temperature of that. Let's change that to something like a yellow, more like an orange, and intensity to 0.5. So yeah, it looks really nice. Okay, now I can go finally into the sequences here. I'm gonna create a new sequence. Go into cinematics, level sequence, call this LS camera 1. If you're doing like by bedrooms or by room, sorry, for example, you can have level sequence, kitchen level sequence, bedroom, bathroom, landscape or outdoors, etc. So I'm gonna save all. I'm gonna open my level sequence and I'm gonna go, I was on default, I'm gonna go into cinematic viewport. I'm gonna add my camera. I'm just gonna get it here. And I think I hide this one, so I'm just gonna place it in like that and add a camera here, this cine camera. Just gonna bring this all the way down that way, and this one is fine. I think I can just leave with one. Okay, so on my Cine camera, I'm gonna change the aperture to 11. I don't want any, I mean the distance, I don't need this to be that long, so I'm just gonna resize this, and that there is your focus, so I'm just gonna leave it like this and take it out. Let's see, on my exposure here, I already changed this a little bit, but you can go into lens, exposures, and then just move it a tiny bit. Probably 5 is a good value that I'm happy with. For this, I'm gonna set this to 90 frames. So it's one, no, it's not frames. Yeah, it's frames. The reason I use 90 is because it's gonna be 3 seconds, and I always work like 3 to 5 seconds for my sequences. So I can set this. Let me see, the position of the camera is good. I can set this to 0, 0, 180 is fine. I can bring my grid just to, let's see where this sits. Just, I think there is a good composition for that. I'm gonna set a transform there, and then I change that to linear, and then if I go to this point 90, I'm just gonna press right click and then move in a tiny bit. If you're going too fast like that, you can always press right click and then decrease the size of the movement speed of your camera by the scroll wheel. So if you go down, it's gonna get slower. So I think something like that should fine. Oh, I didn't create, that's the thing, I didn't create another key frame there. So I'm just gonna bring this like that and then add another one for my transform. Now is, yeah, I think if I click this no looping to looping, I can have like that. Yeah, so it's quite nice. If I go into window and click environment light mixer, I can set, was it this one? I just got confused. A light mixer, this is the one. I can always just hide this and see. So it's gonna go like that. So let's just make sure that now they are enabled, so probably they are gonna be enabled. I need to select them all and go into rendering and actor hidden in game if I don't want them to be on. And probably I need to change also the material here. So yeah, I think with the lighting it looks better. I might need to increase the exposure. So I'm just gonna unhide them. Yeah, I think it looks way better with the lighting on. But it's preference. You can also render without the lighting on. It's up to you. So that is done for this sequence there. So if you see this, we can always, just let me uncheck that. Go into post-process volume And in here, reflections and global illumination, we can set this to improve our lighting quality. We might even don't need this to be that high, so maybe 5,000 is gonna be good. In here, we can just crank this up all the way up. Or you can even test, for example, if 4 or 8 works best, but always look into your frames per second, see if that is it's all right. But let's see, maybe crank that up to 4. So I'm gonna render it and see if that happens there. So it's at this point here, just gonna increase the quality of the reflections to 4. This one should be to hit lighting. And bounces, let's do 3. So I'm gonna do a quick render of that. And let's see if this still happens. We might be able to get away with, not get away, but maybe when add some console variables, we can get rid of those, like a high resolution render. So I'm gonna go here and select Windows, Cinematics, Movie Render Queue, add one here, and then go into unsafe configurations. Delete this JPEG. I prefer to work with PNG for this case. If I got the space, I do EXR, but I'm not gonna do that for this one. So gonna add anti-aliasing. This one to probably 16. 16 should be fine, and then override this to none. My output is gonna be this ×2 and this ×2, so it's 4K. Output frame, actually, I think I did this in 20, was it 30 frames per second, or it was 30 frames per second, so it's fine. If you want 24, you can change it there on the sequences. Here it's 24. Gonna leave like 30 frames, it's fine. I'm gonna add some console variables, and we did this on the other exercise, the Moore house. I need to add, I think there are 12. And you can find them in here. High quality. It was this one. Movie render queue settings preference. No, it was high quality or cinematic rendering image quality. In here, don't worry, I said I think it was on all the documentation. I found the link and then send it to you. I know it was somewhere with the ArcViz. It was showing high quality render, but I leave the link when I find it. I'm just gonna copy paste what I've got from my other from my notes here. This one here. Or I can even leave it in the comment below and it's gonna be easier. Just copy that, this one as well. This is another one. And I need to change this value as well. Okay, nanite mode. This is just to pump up the system and make it as much as high quality as possible. So this is 5, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, then 1, and then 0. I can accept this, I can save this. Let's see if is there anything missing. Probably games overrides. It's always good to have that in there. Where it is here. So it's always nice to have that there. Then I'm gonna save this so I can use it over and over again. So this is a MRQ PNG 4K. Okay, I'm gonna skip the video when this is done and we can check if our render is doing well. So this is gonna compile some shaders. I'm gonna bring it into DaVinci and see if it works properly. So something I noticed, I did the render and then I just stopped that and I saw that there is some flickering there, which I don't want, of course, in my scene. And I just discovered that it was because my background, the brightness is too, I mean, the emissive, this is basically an emissive material. And my skylight is capturing that emissive materials and its color. But for example, if I did and uncheck HDRI and then check, for example, the sun, so this is like basic sun sky, that flickering is no longer there. So definitely it was an issue with the HDRI. So I'm gonna go back into the HDRI and playing with this value here. For example, if I bring it down to 0.4, so the flickering is gone. Well, there is some there, but it's mostly gone. And instead, I can just increase the skylight to a bigger value, to 4. Let's see, 10. Maybe 10 is too much. Or maybe it's not too much if I reduce the exposure compensation to 4 to 4.5. No, I think I prefer a lesser value for this the skylight, so I'm gonna add 5. And for my camera, the exposure is gonna be 5 as well. So yeah, it's a tiny bit. I don't know if I can see it anymore. I'm just gonna head out of this. My post-process volume, it's maybe the exposure is too high, so probably gonna reduce it back. Let me see if I can see any flickering. No, I think it's mostly gone. I think we've done well on that. Also, I added another variable here. Don't worry, I'm gonna give you this when it's done. This R shadow virtual max physical page. I've read that it helps with any flickering. So let's see if I can see any change in here. And what about if I do a test with my brightness again? Okay. Maybe if I go back into this, it helped, but it is still there. I can see it. So let's better keep this to value 0.4 for that skylight, for that background HDRI image, and then just work with our skylight. Okay, I can set this to render, or let's place all our cameras and then we can just play with from there. Let's increase this to 5. This was 5. My camera is gonna be 6 of 5.5. 5. Let's bring my exposure reference there. It's a little bit dark, so maybe 5.2. Either way, we can always change we can always play with the curve on DaVinci Resolve. So a value of that should be fine. Okay, let's do another sequence. Let's bring this in. I've just duplicated the camera, and then I'm just going to duplicate the sequence as well. I'm gonna open it. Hopefully it doesn't crash anymore. Then add my camera number 2. I'm gonna pilot that camera firstly. So we can do one going all the way up, something like that. Let's see. Transform. Just gonna make it linear. Then move all the way to 90, and then let's bring our camera up like that with E, and I'm just tilting my camera. Then another keyframe there. Maybe it's too fast. So with this selected, let's see, maybe to this point is fine. See, I can add another transform here, then delete this one, and then let's see if that is slower. Yeah, it's not as slow as my other one. So I can play with the location, just bring my set, which is this one. Oh, if that happens, just Control Z, and then With this one selected, then bring it up a tiny bit and see. Yeah, I think that is a nice shot. So I'm gonna duplicate this, duplicate the camera as well, edit, duplicate. I'm gonna go and pick my camera 3 and then maybe some. Should we focus on? Well, let's see. Maybe a tilt like that, just to bring some variation. Okay, I'm just gonna tilt this. Sorry, it's my keyboard. Let's see on 0 and minus 90 here, just so it's probably -1 on Y, and we are done with that one. I can delete all these cuts, I don't need them, and add my camera 3. Then transform again, set to linear, then move all the way to then I'm gonna press right click and move on A. Maybe it's here. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I think it's fine like that. Okay, just duplicate another one. Let's create another sequence, now focusing on our chair. So it's gonna be something like maybe a rotation to this point. So facing the chair like that. I'm gonna delete all of this. Bring my 4 camera. Press transform, then linear, and then just gonna press right click, turn my camera a little bit like that. And then moved, oh no, I should have moved my time to that point. So let's see how this looks, that position. Maybe I need to bring it to, I'm just gonna delete these two, and maybe I'm gonna focus more like this. Transform, then linear, then move these to the end, and then to that point there. Yeah, the only thing I don't like is that it's cutting my the legs of the chair, but probably maybe I can just do a enable lookup tracking and then this look at tracking is also really nice. Then I can just, this is on the X, and then Y. You can also set an actor to track to this value here. So for example, if I move, I put it this here, a keyframe, then move all the way to 90, and then move the camera, maybe it's here, and then place another one. Let's see how this behaves. Way better. I might even change the focus of the camera, just tilt it a little bit down. Now probably up. This one here. Yeah, so it's smoother. Then just make sure that this is, just enable that, and then we can do that animation there. Okay, let's do another one. Let's do 2 more. So it's a video of 18 seconds, and we can just finish with DaVinci Resolve. So I'm gonna select this. I can change the focal length to, let's try 35. And let's see if I can do some detailing here. I'm gonna drop the manual focus to this point there, and I'm gonna decrease this to 2.5. It should be fine. Just to give a little bit of, just to show some of this detail here of the leather. So in here, so see, there is some nice detail there for the leather. So about 50 centimeters at this position here, 183, 59, 58. I'm gonna delete this, don't need my camera 4, I need my camera 5. Then gonna open the transform location, and I'm just gonna go on the Z axis, which is this one here. Same again, linear, then go up, so I can just change the value on my Z. Goes this way up to there, and set that. Maybe it's too quick, so gonna jump into next key and then put this down there. And I can, in here, for example, I can set a key for my focus distance. Let's do that, a linear. Or maybe I move it here like 15. And then when it goes here, it starts focusing the bags, just at the 50. Let's see, yeah. Oh, I didn't create the key for that. So I need to go back to here, to where it was. Then at 55, I create another key, and that key is the one that is gonna go to the back. Focus distance, yeah. I can also set this distance, so maybe it's easier to just work with it, just to help us visualize. So what happened here, why this is okay, and here, okay, so for some reason I didn't change it there, so I can even move this a tiny bit there, and I think we are done. Probably should be a little bit slower, so we can reduce this to maybe there. If I go to next key, yeah, just a quick sort of focus. Okay, and now I can add another one. Let me just get out that just in case. And for this, camera 6. I'm just gonna go and finish with this paints in there. 0, 0. Then go here. I can delete this. Add this camera and another transform there. And then to the end, I'm just gonna press right click and then move on S. To this point here. Let's see. Okay. Maybe I should increase the focal length of this. 28. And then when it goes like that. Yeah, I think I'm happy with all of it. We got 6, which is plenty. I'm gonna save all. And I'm going to render all of this in here. So I'm gonna camera 2, 3, 4, all my level sequence. So when this is done, I'm gonna jump back into DaVinci. We can do the camera shake in the DaVinci, and for the next couple of videos, at least for the next exercise, we'll do the camera shake here in Unreal. So see you in a bit. All right, so this is done, and I can go here and search for all my level sequences are here on. Well, this guy's my Unreal projects, bedroom exercise, save, and movie renders. So I can select all of them, Control A, and I'm gonna move them into DaVinci Resolve. I already opened this. Oh, okay, there you go. And I brought one already here, just when I was doing some testings. I can even, let's delete that and bring that again. But first I'm gonna go and set my project setting to 30 frames per second. I'm gonna save this. Yeah. Okay, with all selected, I'm just gonna drag them in and I've got my sequence all nicely done. If for some reason it doesn't import like this, you can always go here and, no, it's in here, and click this points here and then frame display mode as sequence. Okay, I can bring them in all together and then let's play that. Yeah, so nice transition there. So it's quite a short video, but 18 seconds, it's quite good to just for this exercise, and we can always add more and more, but 6 sequences for one room is more than enough. I also got some just let me bring this from my other screen. I download this, where was it called? Why is this like this? Open that. I downloaded a song here from, I think this one, La Nia Kia. I just downloaded this. I'm gonna set this for you to listen. Let's see. If I go here, that is the song I'm gonna use for this video. Don't worry, I leave the link there if you want to use the same. So I'm gonna import that, and I brought that into here, my desktop. So I'm just gonna drag this in, and then I'm gonna play with my video. Maybe I can even just move this a tiny bit, and let's see if the beats goes with the video. Maybe a tiny bit more, and if I increase, I can just search for those beats. And then is that there. So let's see if this can. Well, I think it's not gonna match much, but I thought it would do. Okay, gonna try. I think I quite like how this ends here. So I can just start from there. Now I think I need to bring it up a tiny bit there. do that there. And I can just fade this. 60 frames fade. And this is also gonna fade. If I select that, maybe 14-second fade. And this, gonna select this and add a frame dissolve there. Maybe 14. And I think this dissolve here wasn't that great. Maybe if I extend this to 1 second and then start fading all the way there. I like it. I like how it looks. And now we can just go and do the editing. You can also do some, I mean, if you want to add frames to it, make it look more cinematic, you can crop this. For example, on the top, let's say 200. And then 200 down. But it's gonna crop some. So if you want to crop your video, best thing to do is to go back to Unreal. And then on your cameras, you can crop this. Let's say it's to 39. Now you can, when you go into DaVinci, we can crop this. We can just adjust our cameras accordingly and crop this with these some bars. That's quite like the first one. This one, I don't know, this one is alright, but this one definitely is not great. So I'm just not gonna crop this. Yeah, that was my only issue, like with the chair. Everything else was looking great. I'm quite digging the cropping, so I think I'm gonna leave it that. It's looking good. Without width. I think I'm gonna leave it like that. And let's see. Now we can edit all these shots. I can start using this one here, and then we can just do like a curve. Maybe bring this or highlight a little bit down. What about a contrast here? Just play just with the value that you think that it looks good. So not that much. So all the way here. And in the center. Okay, now we can add some effects. I'm using the pay version of this. I think it's 350 or 400. Don't know if in dollars is 400, but I think in pounds I pay 400, and yeah, it's worth every penny. So, but I don't know on the free versions how they are in terms of this effect. So I always add a glow to this, or sometimes halation or light rays. I think I use lens flares sometimes. It depends on the project. So on the settings, I just use the blend and see where that comes from. Then the spread, I just like to play with the extremes and see where is the best effect. Let's see the gain. Too much, I think I can control this global here. And I'm gonna play. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be happy with that one. So just move the blend to 0.67. That's gonna be fine. What else? I'm always start from this top here, so I'm not gonna use any of this. No, on the beauty phase, no, not gonna need that. So here, noise reduction. No, I don't need. I need to add noise. Don't need to reduce. So sharpen. I always bring a little bit of sharpness to this, and then again I just blend this. Maybe 0.3. It's gonna be fine for this case. So just gonna drag all the way up. That's too much. So 0.3. You can always play with these values, but I think for this exercise it's gonna be fine. Okay, on Resolve style, I don't need any of that. I'm gonna do my own vignette with a mask. Motion blur, I don't need any of that. I need a noise, but I think I'm gonna add this at the end. And what is this? I've got the camera shake here as well. So let's add one of those. So Alt S, then I'm gonna go into here, this window, select this, and then mask. And I'm gonna drag this all the way like that, and maybe resize this. Not this, sorry, this. Just a little bit of fade, fall off there. Okay, I'm going, so remember to select that, and I'm just gonna go into my curve and then bring this down. that is too much, so just gonna go back and maybe increase this, and then just maybe fall off like that. Let's go back and see the effect. Yeah, I think it looks nice. I need to go back to the other one. If you click here, you can always loop that sequence. Okay, that done. I'm gonna add that camera shake just to give a little bit of effect there. Let's see how this is gonna be like I'm running on that. So no motion scale. Or can I play with the global? Let's see. Now if I do one and then let's bring this. Oh, terrible. Now, so motion scale, I think 0.1 was a value that we use on the other one. It's just tiny bit there. Okay. And then a noise or a film grain here. Just to finish this off. I can only select my grain only, and then grain size. Maybe I'm just gonna reduce this. Then let's see it. And I'm gonna just all the way up. Let's see where I can. Yeah, it's there. It's just a tiny bit of grain there. Okay, I think we can work with this. And now we can just copy, select all of them and paste. And let me see if we need to do some adjustments here. So in terms of color, it looks all right. Maybe a little bit of contrast to this point here. Glow. Does it need more or less? Probably less. Sharper is fine. This looks fine there. And then the camera shake and grain. For this one, the same thing. Let's just adjust. Maybe increase the highlights a tiny bit. Let's see. Now this needs to go down and this down. Same thing. I don't think I'm gonna need much glow here. So I can even just add it like 0.3. It's gonna be fine. So here, now I need to see if you go closed, it was no good at that point. So I need to reduce my highlight. There I can just drag this a tiny bit and let's bring a little bit of contrast. On the glow, I think I'm good on that glow. Actually, it's quite nice. Let's offset this a tiny bit. Then this chair here, this focus point looks good. Let's bring this down a tiny bit, a little bit of contrast. And I didn't even play with the temperature, so I think it's fine. I quite like this. And this is my final shot. This here. And I think we are done with all of those images. So you can see, you can just copy paste the same parameters and just tweak things like color and the highlights. Just the first one. You can even label this to color and lighting. And lighting. I think it changed to Portuguese. Yeah, on the sound, I think it's fine. Don't need to mess much on that. So I select this master. I'm gonna save this into. I can save onto my bedroom folder, bedroom exercise, then call this bedroom exercise video. And yeah, this is all good. QuickTime now. I'm gonna go with MP4. You can restrict this, but I'm just gonna leave it as like that. On the color space tag, I think I use gamma, I think 709 for this, and then P3 DCI. Well, it depends also on your monitor, so that is gonna depend on that, on your monitor and how you render the colors. But I think you can also leave it as a same as projects as we had, and that's gonna be fine. So I'm gonna render this, and well, I hope you like this video. It was like a complete from Blender to Unreal, and yeah, I hope to see you in the next video. I promise it won't be as long. At least it's not going to be a 9-hour one. And yeah, just a few exercises that we can do here and there, improve our template and keep improving on this. I'm also improving in many aspects, so I always learn new things every day. So that's it for today. Take care, keep creating amazing stuff, and see you soon.